Alrighty. Let's see. I don't know why I'm not here yet. There we go. Just forgot I had to actually have the application open. There we go. I am back with another one of my live streams. Alrighty. Before we get started, I'm just going to send the link out to people. I also got to write a post as well. Going live right now. See you there. Just do that. And then bada bing. Bada boom. Right there. And right here. Let's see. Rexus, 1 hour early. Yes, Scurvy had an early dinner tonight. Saltinar, how are you doing? Ortonic Ort, how are you? Suggestion for future thumbnail. Volvic oh, the Volvic commercials. Yes, yes. I actually could find something good with that. Alrighty. Let's see. Anything else I need to address before we get started proper? 7 viewers and just started. I'm very happy about that. Thank you guys for showing up already. Alrighty. So I guess let's head right to the itinerary here. Hi Denathrius, how's it going? So, as I was saying, tonight on the ScurvyRum show, the leftism is failing, and we're going to be going over why that's the case with these videos here, as well as the uncommon uplifting. So our first video is from the head Grigga himself on Dead Chronic. Angry Feminist wants the Manosphere to shut up. Our next video was a recommendation from a friend of mine. Just so happens that friend of mine is also the guy who made the video. There are no good arguments for leftism by applied virtue. And then we have The Tale of Shiloh, Middle Finger, Moneybags, Hendrix by the Aristocratic Utensil. And for our uncommon uplifting, Kirsche Verstall. We're going into VTuber land tonight with this one, boys. Oh, feel free to do so, Dotard. Feel free to do so. I'm actually looking forward to hearing that. What's going on in Canada? It's probably as relevant as to what's going on in this for the stream. I know in America leftism is starting to fall, though it's not exactly going down without a fight, so to speak. But anyways, let's get started. And also, I'm gonna have myself some rum right now before we do. Whew! Good shit. Good shit. So already I'm giving you guys a bit of an eye workout with this one. Chronic is reacting to a video from the Queer Kiwi. I feel like I know who this bitch is. But, let's see what this video is called. We need to take podcasts away from men. Its focus is the Whatever podcast. Oh boy. The Queer Kiwi. I haven't heard her name and seen her for 3 years. It seems like she's been pumping out slop, though seemingly not making any money off of it. Let's see, before we do get started, Dusty Rugburn says, I'm pissed off about an argument I had with my dad over fixing broken stuff. I had to help replace 2 major appliances I'd said were broken recently, and dude wants to argue with me. That's the thing, if the appliances are broken, you have to replace them, or repair them. Dotard asks, what is Kiwi Farms? I've answered that in previous streams before. That's a little off topic, but yeah, Denathrius answered your question pretty succinctly too. Anyways, let's get started.
So what do we have here? We have a YouTuber who calls herself the Queer Kiwi. Okay.
Can it speed this
so
up
I'm
just
assuming
a
she's a gay woman. Actually, that's... see, I try so hard to speak in a language or using words that they can't screech to the YouTube censors about, but I think me calling Zerzem a woman just misgendered them, and I'll probably lose the channel soon, but who cares? We have a Zersexual LGBTQAPT plus whatever Kiwi, New Zealander, talking about how she doesn't...
I forgot she's from New Zealand. I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody in this chat that's from New Zealand. I think there's somebody. Oh yeah, Shinobi One. I haven't seen him in a while. I know he's in New Zealand. I should probably ask him how bad the progressive agenda has gotten over there. Sorry, Scurvy. The mindset of a leftist watches those BE videos. BE videos. Huh. I don't know what
like
you mean.
the manosphere, right? She has 448,000 subscribers. So congratulations. Congratulations. You made a business talking to mentally ill people online. I wish I was given the same freedom to make a business giving my opinions online, but because my opinions make people like you scared, you go cry to the YouTube censors who delete my channels and get me unmonetized, demonetized.
In general, I'm glad that if there's one positive thing, well, actually there's a few positive things about, Trump being our president again. I really do hope that he goes after these big tech companies that permit a faggot like her to basically run the site. These people don't want to hear a dissenting opinion because the dissenting opinion is actually the correct opinion because it is based in facts and reasoning and logic, something the leftist mind cannot comprehend. It's bad over there. Many don't believe in it, but most Kiwis don't have the collective will as a nation to stand against globalist ideology. And I could see that just in general. I do know in Australia the whole white guilt thing is really popular over there for some fucking reason. If there's a few groups of people that I just can't stand. And self-hating white people is one of them. And the reasons why they just self-flagellate is for bullshit reasons of, oh well, these people are they have less than us, so we have to be mindful of that. And then it's just, oh, I hate white people. Oh, I'm such an oppressor. I can't stand them. They reason like children. That I just described their thought process right there. They have a savior complex one moment and then a victim complex the next. Bipolar behavior right there.
Monetized. Can't really say demonetized because I haven't been monetized in a minute, not on this channel. So just unmonetized. But she made a video. Zer made a video titled "We Need to Take Podcasts Away from Men." The Whatever Podcast. Now, the Whatever Podcast is just basically slop for the manosphere. You get hookers saying they're 10 out of 10s. You get fat chicks.
Don't get me wrong. When it comes to the Whatever Podcast, I really only listen to the clips that involve Andrew Wilson and more recently Jay Dyer. That's because those two guys they know how to reason. They're very damn good at it. And also, they're Orthodox Christians. But whenever Andrew is not on the podcast, I couldn't care less about it. Like, Brian himself, I know the atmosphere is trying to go for a bit more calmer than Fed and Fraud, but it's just like, man, get some muscle on you, dude. That's coming from the lanklet. Well, yeah, that's coming from a lanklet. Rexus, we will be talking about what's been going on in South Africa tonight. We will be doing that. Probably towards the end. But thank you for reminding me though, Rexus. I will be talking about what's been going on in South Africa.
Saying they're 10 out of 10s.
Notice me, Spoon.
Yourselves saying they're 10 out of 10s. What did I say in the comment section before we start here, though? I said, we need to take hair dye away from women. Let's see what she has to say.
Greetings, guys, girls, and non-binary pals, and welcome back to another video.
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
Something that we all know is that men love to yap.
Men love to yap. Okay, women love to yap too. So you could say people love.
I mean, now that I've been involved in the VTuber community for a while, I gotta say, women are the big yappers. Obviously, us guys, we like to yap too, especially me, after I've had some booze down my throat. But women, that's their specialty. It's just yapping. Why do you think Smuggalana's so popular?
Love to yap. But, okay. You don't like men. I get it. You don't like men.
I dearly hope is it Boer? I don't know anything about Afrikaans. I think it's Boer, or is it Boer? Either way, I know it's the Afrikaans word for farmer. I dearly hope that the farmers can retake their rightful hegemony over South Africa. Yeah, I think that's what should have happened. Trump should have given them guns.
And not in like a fun way where they just like talk about fun things and just like have a good laugh, but in the way of like
Making fun of women is fun to do.
I've
had a lot of good laughs making fun of people like you, making fun of women. I've had a lot of good laughs making fun of people like me.
feel like everything they say is
It
really
is a lot of
super
fun
duper
making fun
important,
of
and so
other
they need
people.
to buy a microphone and have the entire
you're
world
good,
listen
though,
to them
Tard, all
talk
good.
about themselves and how
This is amazing to hear this point from someone whose job is YouTube with 448,000 subs. Like, the exact same argument could be made about you.
they deserve everything and how men are better than women. They like to sit down.
Well, yeah, we are. We're stronger, smarter, faster. The only thing that we're inferior at is giving birth, and that's because we can't give birth.
mental health is better than
I
you.
like that trade-off.
I'm stronger than you. I have a more valuable job than you. I have a better relationship with my father than you. My animals are healthier than your animals. I have a more decorated
Nice.
wall than you. I have a better taste in media than you. I have a better taste in fashion than you. I don't have any mental illnesses. You have mental illnesses. I have a better frame of reference than you. I have a happier life than you. I mean, I keep going. My bicep curl is bigger than your bicep curl. I still have contact with my close family and loved ones. I've never considered taking medications to change my gender. Every single aspect of my life, the only thing you got on me, Queer Kiwi, the only thing you got on me is the fact that YouTube has never censored you. That's it.
Yeah, that's something else too. Like, you think, like, there's a reason why YouTube doesn't censor accounts like this. It's because they're very good at peddling regime propaganda. Like, all this stuff about, oh, I hate men, faggots are superior, this, that, and the other, right? There's a reason why the state pushes that. And it's mainly for the sake of holding power. That's ultimately what it's about. They basically want to maintain the power structure. And what would happen if, that power structure were to change? Well, those people who are currently running our government wouldn't be very happy about that. So that's why they don't want people to reproduce. That's why they want people believing in a bunch of bullshit. That's why they want people to, not be religious, specifically Christian, I should say. That's why they want us to be weak and defenseless. They don't want us owning guns. They don't want us being strong. They don't like it when guys go to the gym. But at the same time, they feign what's the word? They feign panic whenever the topic of obesity is mentioned. But no, they actually like seeing those numbers. It just means that the people can't exactly rise up. That's why YouTube doesn't censor these people. Even though these technocrats like to frame themselves as stupid people, and obviously, yes, they make stupid decisions. But thing is, they also know that they too are larger cogs in this machine that we call society, and they want to maintain it too. They have a vested interest in maintaining this shitty status quo we're in. It's pronounced like boer, although technically it's the Dutch word for farmer because the name of the group of Afrikaans-speaking South Africans. Yes, I do know the South Africans are primarily Dutch, I believe. Of course, this historical fact was changed. It is as it was inconvenient by the Jewish communists and non-white South Africans. Interesting. The rabbit hole. Eventually, that rabbit hole. The T is silent. It always. That's always what happens. The T becomes silent.
YouTube has monetized your channel. YouTube has never deleted your channel. YouTube has never censored your channel. That's how you can flex on me, but that's it. Basically,
I'm
when you flex like that,
shadow
it's
banned on
like
this place.
the Satan-worshipping child groomers at YouTube like me better than you. Well, big surprise. I'm so shocked that Satanists like you better than me. Yeah. Your life is so much better. Congratulations.
Shocker.
and share their very loud opinions that nobody asked for, which do often revolve around just like, yeah, being misogynistic. And I know it's a bit hypocritical of me to
Define misogynistic. Is it... I have a feeling in your mind it's when women get proven wrong. But I've seen many clips of the Whatever podcast. Brian is a very gracious host. He very much is a patient host. He's pretty good at proving y'all wrong. That's why you guys don't like him.
sit down here and say that like it's weird to pick up a microphone, sit down in front of a camera and talk about your opinions, because that's literally what I do for a job. But like, this isn't about me. This is
No,
about
it's always about you.
Oh, I'll let Chronic speak.
This
He
entire
said
video
what I was
is
gonna
you
say.
getting upset because the things said on the Whatever podcast make you feel like a bad person. That's what it's about. This whole thing's about you. Your whole channel is about you.
the amount of men who do this. During COVID, there was like a massive boom of men making podcasts.
And a massive boom of women selling their bodies online.
Yeah, there's almost like there's a direct correlation between those two things. Men are noticing just how bad things are getting with the opposite sex, and we're gonna talk about it with each other. That's what's called an organic reaction. So naturally, what's gonna happen is that people are going to talk about these subjects, where they could also reach other like-minded people, and also maybe convince a few other people of their ideas. That's called organic spread of ideas. The government doesn't promote this, anything related to, pro-masculinity, especially during the COVID era.
Have you commented on that at all? Probably not. There's also a massive boom of certain individuals from certain populations tying certain knots with certain fibrous materials. I won't expand upon that, but there was a lot of things that boomed during COVID.
This is very well known. There's just all men. They have podcasts.
The noticing especially.
Everyone has a podcast.
Especially.
They all sit down and think that their opinion is like really important, and it's really made a
That's projection on your end, queer Kiwi. You say your opinion. By you saying that, you're saying that your opinion is not all that important. Even though you think it's very important that kids should be learning about gender ideology and how sex works.
terribly huge impact
Yeah,
on
Spoon does speak
society,
Afrikaans,
and especially
and he's
like
white.
young boys and men, and the perception of women, because
Men are listening to men for the first time. You see, usually young boys would be browbeaten by rainbow-colored crows like this. Usually, a 14-year-old boy would have women like this tell them they're evil all throughout school, all throughout media, all throughout high school, all throughout college. But now that a lot of men are making podcasts, those young boys are listening to men and not women, and this is a problem for the feminist machine, which is why she's upset. It has been a realignment of who young boys listen to, young men listen to. Before, young men didn't have a choice. When I was in
Honestly, even when I was on YouTube, man, even in the earlier days during the Legion expansion for World of Warcraft, it's like I very much listen. I remember the early days of like, well, maybe not the early days, but we're kind of getting into the middle era of like Gamergate 1. And man, oh man, I was like, man, I very much was at least aware of what's been going on with, men's issues. I don't know why I forgot some of that by the time I went to college. I guess it just wasn't all that relevant in my mind. It's like, I want to give this place a shot. I think that's why. But I was very much aware of hearing this stuff from other guys, like, pretty surface level manosphere stuff, divorce court, stuff like that, right? Just disproving feminists and how they're wrong, like third wave feminists on how they're wrong. And I was like, oh shit, Man, it is kind of nice actually learning a thing or two about the stuff that I used to believe in. That's why I wasn't so on. And don't get me wrong. When Scurvy was like 18, he very much was left leaning. I wouldn't say full on leftist, because I very much had some skepticism in regards to certain topics, mainly troons. But overall, it's like I was very much open to listening to, like, you know, my friends who would vote Republican. So I was like, you know what, I might disagree, but I'm happy we had this conversation. So I learned things from other guys in that regard, and so the more stuff I learned from guys, well, that eventually landed up to where I'm at now. And honestly, I'm very grateful for learning all this. I really am. Let's see. Yep. Spoon is a personal trainer, or was. So he's very much knowledgeable on bodybuilding. Anyways, that was a little off topic, but let's get back into this.
In high school, I had to listen to all the Holobunga propaganda and all the feminist propaganda vomited out by my teachers, who were probably looking like you if they were your age today. But today, young men can listen to older men, stronger men. They can listen to men instead of listening to feminist witches who view them as evil because they're men.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that.
Is they sit and listen to these podcasts and buy into all of this misogynistic red pill bullshit that, you know, they like to spew. And
as opposed to the woke gender ideology bullshit you like to spew.
What corrupts a person more? Red pill knowledge or faggot knowledge? Or aka gender ideology? What corrupts somebody more? I'll let you guys figure that one out.
I'd much rather have my son listen to a pickup artist and do some stupid foolishness like wearing a hat with feathers in it and like approaching 10 girls at the prom. As cringe as that is, I'd much rather have my son do that than my son listen to you come home in a dress and say, Daddy.
Ding, ding, ding. What do we have here, Johnny? Denathrius is 100% correct. Especially since you know, at least in the West, we learned this bullshit at very young ages through the media that we watch, and we don't even know. We don't exactly pick up on it. But hey, now that I'm a little bit older, I very much have gotten pretty good at noticing things, I can at least know when something, you know, if an idea in like a piece of media that's being shown is a bit more left-wing. I'm very grateful for that ability of pattern recognition.
I cut my ding-a-ling off. No matter it, you think men saying hold women responsible is violence against women. It's misogyny. It's bullshit. It's whatever. I don't care. You tell boys to cut their genitals off. You tell boys.
That's honestly, that, like, being real, like, that is telling people to castrate themselves because of the soul, you know, oh, you have the wrong soul in your body. No, God does not make mistakes. So that's impossible. You just believe in a bunch of hippie woo-woo bullshit. And so you believe that, oh, my soul, I'm gonna use myself here. It's like, if I was, you know, groomed or something of, you know, of tuning out. It's like, oh, my soul is female, so I need to do whatever I can to make my outside look how I feel on the inside. It's like, that's fucking delusional. No, there are certain things that you cannot change no matter how hard you try. Even if you look like quote unquote Blair White, it's like that. He's still a guy, you know. Like, he's still a man, and I think he at least acknowledges that he's still a guy at the end of the day, even with the fucking boob surgery he has. He still has his dick. So there's that. It's like, no matter what you do, like, you can't change your chromosomes. You can't. You just can't. It's like, yo, it sounds nice. Just like everything else with leftism, it sounds nice, right? But then when you see it put into practice, what does that actually look like? And no, I'm not going to show you guys what those surgeries look like. They are fucking horrific, and I'd lose my channel instantly. But I have seen those. They are fucking horrific. That, like, I remember seeing Mr. Medicare's video, Transtastic Tales, episode 1. That was something that opened my eyes. Like, seriously, that was something that really opened my eyes. In regards to everything. Because it was just like, okay, so this is what actually happens for those surgeries. I was just like, oh my god. I can't believe I used to support this. This is what it actually entails. Oh, I felt like such a retard at that moment, but it was also so eye-opening. But basically, what I'm trying to get at here at the end of the day, man, I learned a lot in the 2020s, especially in the year 2020. Hey, Applied Virtue, we're actually going to be watching that video of yours after this. Howdy, Scurvy, I'm going to be having dinner soon, but after that, I'll be here to talk in the chat and react to your video. I can't wait to see your reaction to my video. Yeah, well, this is like back when I was like, so John Isaac, this was back when I was like 18, right? I didn't know how things worked. I didn't really seek out how things worked either. And so I was just like, I made fun of the ugly troons. I was like, you know, I didn't really have an opinion one way or the other. It was like, whether or not you should or shouldn't be able to have those surgeries. My opinion now, and it has been the case since at least late 2020, yeah, these surgeries are vile and they should be outlawed.
To get on the apps and meet up with a 32-year-old Muslim migrant. You are satanic, okay? Everything about your life is for the worship of Satan. And you're upset that men are saying, you know, women aren't actually all that. Women have inflated egos. Women sleep around a lot. Women like rich men. Women like tall men. Oh my gosh. Shut everything down. Shut everything down.
One of the biggest offenders of this, one of the more popular podcasts where this takes place, is one called the Whatever Podcast. Now, I am sure that most of you have seen clips.
You think 2007 was far better than today? I think shit really started to hit the fan in like 2013. So I do think that 2007 was a better time. I mean, I was only 7 at that time. So naturally, I wasn't so concerned about stuff like the soon-to-be 2008 housing crisis. So there was that. But also, Mario wait, let me look up when Super Mario Galaxy came out. Was that in 2007? Super Mario Galaxy. Yep, came out in 2007. So Mario Galaxy just came out too. So that's what I was thinking about at that time.
Of this podcast in the past, like on your view page or
somewhere.
I've been meaning to make a video about them for years and just never have, but you know, I'm here now to talk about these men because it's this one guy who sits down and he brings a bunch of women on as guests. A lot of the time they are sex workers, and he grills them and he shames them and he, you know, asserts this.
No, oh fucking hell! There's probably something I'm actually gonna agree with her on here. Is the fact that the whatever like there is such a thing as the whatever to OnlyFans pipeline or Fresh and Fit to OnlyFans pipeline. That is actually something that is true. I'm not the type of person to seek that stuff out, but for the more weak-willed men, they probably would. And it's like, she's attractive. Oh man, whatever, she's wrong. But I mean, once again, I'm just trying to provide at least somewhat of an estimate for, like how these weaker men, kind of fall for that. The stronger guys is like, obviously, no, they're not gonna pay for this bitch's OnlyFans, but there's a lot of people out there who would pay for these whores OnlyFans. It's like, that is a thing, and that's a perfectly legitimate criticism of whatever, and a lot of shows like it. That's a girl, right? Asks John. Yeah, unfortunately, it is a chick. I bet she's been groomed. Notice the nose ring and the colored hair and the tattoos.
Sort of like...
Yeah, boo-hoo. Oh my gosh, women are getting shamed. You just spent 2 minutes shaming men.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what that guy from the whatever podcast, he's an amateur. Like, when it comes to dealing with these people, he's an amateur.
Oh, yes. That's also true,
when you
Chronic.
actually take the red pill. So I'm not talking about Andrew Tate. I'm not talking about Myron Gaines. I'm not talking about Brian from the whatever podcast. I'm talking about old school MGTOW red pill philosophy. When you take the red pill, when you become MGTOW, whatever it is, you become 100% immune to shaming language.
Exactly. I point it out all the time whenever there's some leftist faggot that's trying to argue with me on Twitter. And they try to shame me. I point that out. Shaming language does not work on me. Tone policing does not work on me. I will say my message however the fuck I please.
100%. A million overweight white women.
Which Delaware senator? I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you're talking about.
With Jolly Rancher colored hair could call me the worst names they think about all day, 24/7. It would not affect me. I don't care.
Yeah, it wouldn't affect me
I don't care
either.
what some rainbow flag flying, pro child grooming beluga that got stranded on New Zealand thinks about me. I don't care at all about your opinions. I really don't.
That's hilarious.
Women, especially people in the cult, they can't understand that perspective because for them, when they're in the cult...
Oh, wait. It's about Tim McBride. Oh, that guy. I can't stand him. Oh, my goodness. I can't fucking stand him. He always, every week, I swear he has some kind of humiliation fetish because every week he releases the most darkest piece of coal on the platform of X. And everybody, myself included, just rips on him relentlessly. It's always hilarious. It never gets old either. If you're looking for a primo Delulu transformer, Tim McBride is that guy. That's his former name, is Tim. I refuse to call him Sarah.
Cult, adherence and acceptance by the cult is their lifeblood. They would rather die than be rejected by the woke cult. For them, acceptance by the cult, acceptance from social justice, acceptance from the LGBT community, from the BLM community, from whatever community of victims is more important than breathing. So shame for them is their death. They actually see shame and rejection from a community as equivalent to a spiritual death. And
exactly. And the funny thing is, when it comes to these leftist types, they actually they also revel in shame at the same time in a weird way. That's why they double down on their weird life choices that they make. It's every time you see some chick with armpit hair or a beard, I remember that one. That's fucking disgusting. It's whenever they get shamed for it, they double down on it. That's probably because the shame isn't coming from the in-group. It's coming from an out-group, and so that kind of makes them double down on their shitty decision. And so what happens is they become even louder and more rambunctious. Really what shuts these people down is that if they get shamed inward. That's why there's the motto of the left eating itself. I literally was watching a video from What the Egad earlier today on that subject of the left eating its own. Dead Domain, an infamous troon in the gaming space, going after Brianna Wu, John Walker Flint. That's his real name, is John. Going after that guy for not being progressive enough. It's all because he likes Israel a little too much.
And they see people like me and they go, well, I shamed him. I called him an incel. I said he was 4'2". I said he weighed 420 pounds. I said no woman would ever touch him. I said he was a racist. I said he was an anti-Semite. I said he was an Islamophobe. I said he was a homophobe. Why does he not break down? Because I stand above you. I'm better than you. Not just physically, I'm better than you spiritually.
Exactly. We, like, it, morals-wise, the average right-winger is morally superior to the average left-winger. The average left-winger doesn't even know where their morality comes from. It's a bastardization of Christian ethics. That's where they get their morality from. Even the most ardent atheist, they still get their morality from that bastardized version of Christian morality. They don't know it, and they also don't want to accept that fact. People wonder why I no longer care about my reputation anymore. Yeah, I'm kind of like that too, Rexus. I'm starting to develop a bit of a reputation myself in the VTuber space. There's a reason why. There's a reason why I've been getting involved in a bit more stuff. I mean, it is fun to just completely debunk these people who bought their posts and do all this shit for fake engagement. It's a lot of fun to... I don't give a shit if I get ratioed. I know I'm right at the end of the day. Once again, it's the fact that it's a fact that the morality that I follow is objectively superior. You got obvious issues. Stuff... Oh, gotcha. It was from earlier. But Scurvy gets a pass. To what, John? To what?
I cannot be shaken from my foundation. You can't do it. The only way you're going to take care of me is by murdering me. And that's why they try to dox me. That's why they try to get my address. That's why they try to get my face. That's why they try to call the cops on me. That's...
Ooh. I remember this happening earlier this week of just some... I was arguing with just some random faggot on Twitter in regards to, like, VTubing. Once again, the whole week, the Kirsche drama has been happening, so I've been partaking in that because Kirsche is one of my Oshis, but also, it's like I see the crazy arguments that these leftists use in regards to just everything. Model appearance, the points that you make, just like literally everything. And I remember getting into some argument. Wait, no, I don't think it was the Kirsche situation. Oh yeah. I remember what it is now. I decided to pick a fight with Madam Savvy in regards to anime and criticism. I remember that. I remember that now. One of the people was like, "Oh, why don't you show your face?" And that crosses a line. That's when Scurvy goes from, okay, this guy's just a retard, to I'm going to destroy you now. That's something that happens with me. I absolutely will go from just some good-natured ribbing to I hope you die for even merely suggesting that. I go that because I'm a VTuber. It's like, no, I don't want to fucking show my face. Go fuck yourself. But man, they only want that so they could try to destroy you. So that's why I'm never gonna post my face. Simple as. Damn it, John. No, you're not gonna goon to my face.
That's why they call the feds on me.
No, Synthetic Man is not actually simping for Kirsche. It's a joke. It's a funny joke, though. I do like those jokes, but he's just like, and I've been partaking in shipping Kirsche and Synthetic Man because it's hilarious. But at the same time, it's like what actually happened. What actually happened? It's like you know, Synth is just trying. Synth is, you know, the Synth and Kirsche, you could say that they became friends. So yeah, I don't think anything is actually gonna happen. I'm just the shipping stuff. It's all just for the memes. It's all for the funnies, and it's also for your guys' entertainment too. My reaction to the whole situation.
The only way they can beat me is by getting a pig to kill me. That's it. They will never do it. They will never do it. They will cry to a white man who's a cop and beg him to kill me.
Oh, I know Chibi Doki. Yeah, she's pretty funny herself, especially for a woman. Good one, Dusty. Good one.
Women are stupid and men know better attitude onto them. And I really don't know why.
No, wait. It's because we do know what's better for you. You bitches don't even know what you want for dinner.
Women keep accepting to go on to these podcasts. I have to assume that it's one of two reasons, or both. One, that
they want attention.
They're being paid. And two, the other option is that it's good publicity.
They want attention.
Yes.
Of course, these sex workers want attention. These sex workers go on the whatever podcast. They act like a fool. And the 5%, let's be honest.
I'm going to play the fool. So are you. I just thought I had to sing that. They do love to play the fool. Like, sometimes I do question, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I like seeing these whores get owned, because I also believe that they are this stupid. I know, it might seem a little conflicting that it's like, what I'm about to say, that these bitches do know what they're doing, but at the same time, they're also dumb as bricks and play themselves. They know what they're doing to the extent that, you know, oh, they're going to get attention because they're on whatever. But at the same time, they're going to get humiliated.
The 10 to 20% of the whatever podcast audience who are a bunch of simps will subscribe to their OnlyFans.
Yes.
Their OnlyFans blow up.
Exactly.
All press is good press. That applies to Donald Trump. That applies to online hookers. All press is good press.
Right? Like, a lot of the women who are going on...
It also seems to apply to a certain Troon VTuber that I ripped on not too long ago. Guy made me use my N-word pass. It renews every year.
This podcast and accepting it are people who have OnlyFans or are, you know, in that sort of
Made me
sphere.
use it early.
And I have to
I hate
imagine
that.
that it's good promotion in the sense that a large amount of the audience that is watching the Whatever podcast, a large amount of the audience who is misogynistic and sit here hating sex workers are also the largest demographic.
I mean, I'd say it's 10 to 20%. She would probably, I mean, she thinks anybody who's minorly red pill subscribes to OnlyFans. No, I don't. I have never subscribed to an OnlyFans. I have never sent a woman money that I did not bang. Wait, let me think about that. No, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, I forgot about that, Chronic. I forgot about that. I know you said in the past that you've been on chicks' OnlyFans before. I get it, man. You got it. You have the urge. You got it. You got to do it. I'm glad you. And I know that you repented for that too. So everything's good. Everything's all good. I just find that funny.
Makes sense, because I've banged a lot of chicks never paid for. Never simped like that. Never simped like that.
Of people who are consuming this content. They like to sit here and yell at women and slut shame sex workers, but they are also the ones who are going to be actually consuming it.
Hey, what's wrong with shaming sluts? I don't see the problem with it. I think it's hilarious. Is it gonna get stuff done? Well, I think the ultimate form of shame would come from their dad if they had one.
That they aren't.
Where's your evidence? You don't have evidence? You're just saying this to own these chuds. Okay, I get it. I don't think she ever uses evidence.
The mold. The mold gave synthetic man the choice to know everything but be miserable, or stay in blissful ignorance and just make game reviews. Even though the mold is actually gone from him now, so he's very much doing better.
Evidence in any of her YouTube videos, to be honest.
Man.
I mean, just look at her. You think she's ever used evidence for anything? You think she's actually formed a logical argument in her entire life?
Nope.
Probably not. I don't know why I'm holding her to these expectations. I mean, I gotta get over this this liberal tendency to treat women as equals. Honestly, I gotta get over it because it makes me angry. Like, why?
Me too. I'm with you there, Chronic. I have to do the same thing. I know when I was living on my own and was going out to the bars, that is the kind of stuff I'd say to bitches. Like, honestly, that I'm better than you in every single facet. I would do that. It was hilarious every single time. Only made women want to sleep with me more. Wonder why that is. Never took them on their opportunity or even their signs because I got so drunk that I couldn't consent. Good thing for me because I don't have any STDs.
Is my equal acting like a retard? Oh wait, that's right, they're not my equal.
So I have to assume there's a gain out of it that way, in which they're sitting there, they have their names there, and all these men that sit here and listen are then going to go and give them money. Which, you know what? Fair enough. If you can gain out of this experience, then I get it. You know, I wish that it didn't happen because I think that we need to stop fueling these men, and I think we need to stop giving them content. But
there is no loyalty among women, none.
Women, what's that old phrase? It's like it's like women know what they're thinking and they hate each other. Yeah, it's something like that. It's like, you know, men stop trying to understand what a woman is thinking. Women know what they're thinking and they hate. Women don't. Oh no, it's like women don't know what they're thinking and they hate each other. Something like that. I forget the exact quote.
$1 million
it's from a stand-up comedian
by making fun of you. And just, if your best friend could make $10 million by making fun of you and calling you dusty and ratchet and saying that Puniti's gross and saying that you banged camels, there's no loyalty among women.
Wait. That was a Carissa Avalon thing. I imagine if Nyara called me Nutsi, he'll get to deal with my community because they don't if they D0X someone. Damn, Rexus. Oh, I hope I'm on your community's good side.
Loyalty means. So, like, trying to say women should stop doing this because it's harmful for women and we need to come together. It's really easy for you to say that, queer Kiwi, because you have 448,000 YouTube subs. You're probably very wealthy. Probably. It's really easy for a rich wokester to say, we all need to be loyal to the woke cause and not take money. But for some of these sex workers who came from...
the irony. They take money from big tech. It's all so weird.
Abusive households who have bastards they need to take care of, who are hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, who want to buy a house, who are getting crushed by inflation. They have no loyalty to you. It's only an advantage for you, the rich priest of the pig religion that is social justice. If women were loyal to social justice, this pig here, she gets paid more money. She does not need more money. She does not need.
The fact she's already living in excess, I could tell. The fact that, you know, she is what she is, also the fact that she's, you know, she's preaching what she's preaching, and also the fact that she's getting paid to preach the shit that she preaches. She's a microcosm of what's going on with society at large. We are living in excess. As a society, we are going through death by wealth.
Anything but loyalty to the cult. That's it.
But people are gonna do what people are gonna do. And something I did.
Man, she has that really annoying fat white woman laugh. I'm sorry, I'm just taking note of it.
Not know about the whatever podcast is out. Before they were doing this podcast, they made YouTube videos like years ago, like 10 plus years ago, up until I think about 4 years ago. They made content for YouTube. They were short videos, and they were a prank channel, and they were one.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dusty. Myself included, though. Then again, I'm gonna be the one getting a gaming rig for my graduation gift from grad school. So there's that.
Those prank channels that all of their videos
honestly, I don't really need much to like live. I'm not like the average Western woman who needs that, you know, like everything. I'm not that type of person. I just need a good computer, maybe some like latest Nintendo system, which unfortunately I won't be getting a Switch 2 at launch. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the OLED model. But anyways, just that and a few, and food, water, all that. I'm set. I don't exactly need a big space either. This is the size of the room that I'm at currently. Scurvy, tell us about your buy days. Oh man, I went over those before, John. No need to go over them again. One of my community members is a former Oka Raid member. Oka Raid was a Discord group infamous for their raiding and DOXing methods. Their leader was Rayente. Save for it. Pay it with cash because credit cards are silly. Debt and interest rates are murder. So it's true you were a thug hunter. No. No. Scurvy was a thug poster, but never a thug hunter.
Revolved around just like being incredibly inappropriate and sexually harassing
the thug
people.
Shaker.
Do you have those same standards for teachers talking to children? Like, oh my god, it's weird. It's really weird how woke, multicolored, dyed-haired feminist pigs like this, on one hand, they'll be like, sex work is valid, sex work is women's choice, women should be allowed to have sex with whoever they want, it shouldn't affect them. And on the other hand, they go, oh my god, a man's making sexual content. Oh my god, a man's making sexual comments. Oh my god, a man is sexualizing a woman. It comes down to feminism. There's the sex-positive feminists who are like, sexual liberation, blah, blah, blah. And then the sex-negative feminists who are like, sex is bad, objectification is bad, what have you. That actually used to be a division in feminism in the early 2000s and in the 90s.
Yeah, I remember that. The sex-negative feminists, they're like non-existent anymore because what happened with them, they, as the left became more loony over time, they, like, in order for them to maintain their position in it, they had to adopt a lot of weird shit. Mainly the trans stuff. And so what happened, that, and also the gay shit too. And so what happened is that their position on sex eroded to basically someone like this faggot right here.
But women did what they always do. They're like, let's just change our opinions on a dime based on what gives women more power. So the same woman like this will argue that women should be sexually liberated, that, a body count of 10,000 doesn't matter. And then they'll see a guy doing something somewhat sexual and say, that's sexual harassment, put him in jail, that's disgusting, that's inappropriate. This woman will say, we need to teach children about booty sex, and then say it's objectification to have Sydney Sweeney have a scene in a movie in a bikini. They settled the debate. They said, "Por qué no?"
If this is another oldie but a goodie. If these people didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all.
Dos. Why not both? Why can't we just be sex negative when it hurts men?
Ooh, I love shitting on Shy Lily. Shy Lily and women VTubers get away with that, and a guy does stuff, they'll get ban-hammered. Oh yeah, male VTuber. Thing is with male VTubers, just in general, we have to be a bit more creative with our models. It's like, oh, it's not just anime boys. I mean, you're looking at my model right now. Like, seriously, you're looking at my model right now. We have to be creative. Well, how else are we gonna get attention? Because we don't want our models to have big old jiggly tatas. And also for the female VTubers that I know that don't sexualize their models, yeah, they have a bit of a harder time too because they don't have gigantic jiggling tatas. Then again, I'm glad that they don't. Their models are actually far more creative than just anime girl with some animal ears with big booba. Yeah.
And then sex positive when it
male
helps women.
VTubers have to be more creative.
It's amazing. Even within the feminist ideology, it is amazing the lack of consistency these woke SJW pigs profess.
So like they
they're
have
not
videos
supposed to be
like bra
consistent.
unhooking challenge, do you want a bone prank, ass prank, which has 20 million.
This is the stupidest shit. Do you want a bone challenge?
10 years ago. Look at that. 10 years ago. Ass prank. 10 years ago. Remember when prank channels were the meta, guys, on YouTube? Honestly, as annoying as those people were, it's far better than leftist video essayists. Like that kind of meta. At least you had to be somewhat creative with the pranks. Even if it is just shit like this.
Challenge? Yeah, I'm not surprised that the Whatever podcast comes from this kind of origin. I'm not surprised at all.
In views. A boobs prank, they have Sailor Mooning, which is when they got someone to dress up as Sailor Moon and just moon people.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Wait, you support OnlyFans, but you don't support people.
Wait, was that a guy in a fucking Sailor Moon costume? Coming from a Sailor Moon fan himself. That's fucking weird, dude. Then again, I tend to look down at guys who dress as female characters. So there's that. I'm just like, what the hell? Also, it reminds me of Airbagged, and I fucking hate that guy. I really do.
Paying a woman to moon people in public? Wait, you support sex work. You just don't support a man using a sex worker to make a prank video. Huh.
11-year-old picking up girls, where they sent an 11-year-old out to try to pick up girls because, you know, that's hilarious. They have a woman just walking around with a camel toe all day.
And what's funny is I fully expect these screenshots to get my channel taken down, but I guarantee you the Queer Kiwi is not going to get a single sniff from a YouTube censor. I guarantee it.
Probably
See what
not.
reaction she gets. That has 40 million views, by the way.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it has
wow.
40 million. A sexually suggestive video on YouTube has 40 million views. Where are my pearls? I need to clutch them.
And the thumbnail is literally just like a close-up of a crotch with a camel toe. So yeah, you know, they've been doing this for a really long time, and it started with like unconsensual harassing women for lols on YouTube.
Unconsensual harassing women.
It's just a prank. You know what? We're gonna watch the fucking Filthy Frank prank video right now. Like, so here, let me just let's get that open. Damn! Oh, it's a 44-minute video from Spoon, and I can't watch that tonight. Frank prank video.
Been doing
Well, we're gonna watch a little bit of it. We're not gonna watch the full thing, but it's relevant. It's relevant. I promise, guys.
I've been doing research for 7 years, trying to find a groundbreaking discovery. There's a new species now. A new species on the internet. A powerful species, to say the least. The YouTubers prankophilia.
The YouTubers,
Also known as
prankophilia.
pranksters. Pranks. Wacky and cool.
Wacky
Bringing
and
excitement
cool.
into our lives. Forming a new e-economy. Pranks are the world. Pranks and goofs are what I live for. That's some wacky stuff. Got it.
I remember
good.
this.
But how they do whatever the fuck they want and get away with it is beyond me. How are they able to do these terrible things and get away with them? Nobody stops them.
Nobody
How?
stops them.
How to be racist and to misrepresent socioeconomic backgrounds without backlash. Now that's a talent.
Now that's a
A
talent.
gift from God. I need to find out. They have a secret. I know they have a secret. How do I be racist, misogynistic, horrible, and get away with it? Oh, how could I have been this stupid? It's so simple now. I understand now. I understand now. No! 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 How you doing?
We're gonna see some primo pranks here. But this is the kind of, you know.
Pranked, bro.
Got him!
Pranked. Hey, buddy. Hey, are you homeless? Yeah? You want some money? Nah, man.
Oh, he just said no to a homeless guy. 2016, end of an era, 100% John.
You just got pranked. You guys look like a bunch of faggots.
Okay, I don't want to get too lost in this. How is Frank the more normal one out of the duo of him and iDubbbz? Well, you could chalk that up to Filthy Frank being a recovered meth addict. Anyways, yeah, Filthy Frank was trying to parody whatever back then.
And for lols on YouTube. Well, the Sailor Moon prank was unconsensual harassing men for lols on YouTube, but are you going to comment on that? No, you don't care about men. You don't view men as human. Really, you don't.
Yeah, she doesn't.
And has now led into a podcast where they sit down and just spew bullshit into a microphone.
Sound familiar? Spewing bullshit. I'm having 5 minutes of your 40-minute bullshit session.
Because they feel smart and it makes them feel better about themselves that they...
No, they do it because it makes them money, dummy. Dummy, it makes them money. They're making millions of dollars off their show. It makes them money.
Also, the fact that if you want TTS to read out the message, you have to pay $100 fucking dollars.
You know, they feel like they're owning women and that
they are owning women. They literally own women. They pay for them. They come on. They get embarrassed because they're foolish. They're owning them.
Putting women in their place. And they're just showing that women are all stupid and promiscuous and they need to be put in their place. And it's the most infuriating thing ever. And I always have to say, you know, like, they obviously don't get women who are largely educated on...
I'm sure they'd love to have you on. But you won't because you're going to say, I don't want to give a platform to misogynists. No, it's because you can't have arguments. It's because you can't stand up against men. It's because when you leave the woke echo chamber that is your YouTube channel, all your arguments disappear. It's like that video of a raccoon taking cotton candy to the stream and he puts it in the water to make it wet because that's what raccoons do, and it disappears. That's all of your ideology. It disappears. As soon as the water gets to that sugar, it's gone.
Exactly. And honestly, we need to push for that to happen sooner rather than later.
On the topics that they are talking about. They're not going to get on women who, like, have a lot of knowledge about history and feminism and, like, are good at arguing these points, because women who are doing
the hardest thing...
Oh, one more thing. Also, I bet those pranks that whatever did were scripted. Unlike the pranks that Papa Franku did. Just calling people faggots in the street.
Thing in the world is to get a leftist onto your show.
Simpler time.
It's nigh impossible. Tim Pool complains that he can't get leftists on his show. Trigonometry complains they can't get leftists on the show. Joe Rogan complains they can't get leftists on the show. I can't get leftists on the show. Same thing applies to feminists.
Yeah, it'd be impossible for me to get a leftist on my show. To call in and debate that I could school when I'm actually shit-faced drunk. Not just tipsy. Yeah, you know, I tried to ask Niara to debate, but nah, he blocked me. The Troon blocked me, guys. What a sad day. I'm only kidding, I'm actually thrilled. Just shows that I really pissed him off.
The feminists don't show up. They don't have the gonadal fortitude to show up. They just make their own little videos with their dyed hair and disappear into the corner of their internet.
That are not interested in going on this podcast and they don't want to be, you know, giving them attention, and also they're not going to be asked. And when they are asked, most of the time they're going to say no, because these men don't listen. They just...
Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen to my queen. I'm right because I have a PhD in feminism. I'm right because I'm a woman. Yeah, there's your argument. They don't listen to me.
They try this credentialist nonsense, but they don't even try to actually establish their credentials. They just say, oh, I'm this, this, and this, which means you have to listen to me. Not, I'm this, and this is what I've done, therefore you need to listen to me. They don't do that. Neither does any of these mainstream media figures who they get on for their various talk shows. They don't do that either.
Look, you don't have a debate to convince your opponent. You're not going to convince your opponent. Sit me down with this 32 BMI white woman in a room with a mic, and I'll debate her. Do I think I'm going to change her mind on anything? No, I'm not. The purpose of a debate is for two people on opposite sides of issues with different opinions to present their best arguments and to respond to the other person's argument so that the audience can listen and learn more about each of their opinions.
Yes.
The idea that you're supposed to shut up to the debate and the other side is supposed to shut up and listen so you can teach them, that's not a debate. That's a classroom. I'm a fully grown feminist woman, and all my teachers were feminist women. So I'm going to sit in this classroom and make the boys shut up and just spew my ideology on them. That's not a debate. And I just realized this video was posted 5 days ago. And I think the metric I think in a week, in a day, you're supposed to get a third of your subs viewing your videos. I don't know what it is. It's like a week or a day. Let's say it's a week. You're supposed to get half of your subs viewing your video. Yeah, I don't get that. I got some dead subs.
Neither do I.
But she has 448,000 subs, and this video was posted 5 days ago, and she has 34,000 views.
I mean, that is something. 5 days ago. I mean, thing is with these AstroTurf channels, they'll eventually lose traction. Just depends on the time that, it was posted. And, leftist ideas are really starting to lose ground. And once again, let's see, 48,000 subscribers, 2.4K likes, and then 34K views, Chronic said, right? Or was it 43? Either or. Not exactly great numbers for that channel for 5 days. Goes to show that the people in that audience are starting to lose interest but are not, unsubscribing, or that, these ideas were never all that popular in the first place. It was, just only propagated by the government. And now that the government has changed hands, and who knows, maybe the Trump administration will still go after these big tech companies for pushing this shit to begin with. Who knows? Who knows?
It's telling. Really, it's telling.
That it is.
Exist to talk over you and yell at you, and they so often will be like, he owned a woman, look, he came out on top, and it's never actually how it goes whenever they talk to women who actually.
Well, are you watching full episodes of the Whatever podcast, Queer Kiwi? Or are you just watching clips? Because that could also determine that too. And I have listened to the full clips in context. And wouldn't you know, the women make an ass of themselves as always. Dark Zero Projects, I wish some of them weren't pro AI. Gotcha. I know you're not the biggest fan of AI, but
actually know what they're talking about, but they don't listen, they don't learn, so there's no point, They don't learn.
Again, you're not a teacher.
Oh wait, Chronic. That's also projection on her end too. They don't listen, they don't learn. You don't want to listen, and you don't want to learn about your opposition's positions. You don't want to do that. You're an ideologue. That's your whole bread and butter. You don't want to listen. You just want to push and push and push and push. That's your whole purpose on this platform.
You are not a teacher during a debate. And what does this tell you? It tells you that her entire worldview was spoon-fed to her. It was, exactly. I listened to my teachers. I listened to my Marxist college professors. I listened to feminists online. I listened to the TV. I listened to Instagram. No contention. No pushing back. She just swallowed the slop she was given like a good little white woman. You don't go to a debate to sit someone down.
If somebody were to ask, but Scurvy, you've done the same thing with people like Undead Chronic. It's like, no, I was actually very apprehensive to the message of the red pill at first. I was like, no way this is true. No. Well, women aren't actually like this, right? And then as I started to learn more and more on my own volition, it wasn't exactly easy information for me to learn. But I sought it out because I care about the truth. And wouldn't you know, it's like, it turns out women are like that, so to speak. Once again, wasn't easy for me to learn. I had to, and I'm still unlearning a lot of stuff that I was conditioned with. But still, it's like, oh, you just spoon-fed this stuff. It's like, no, I wasn't. I chose to seek this stuff out. I didn't necessarily want to, but I was like, if I even want to have a chance of trying to get a girlfriend, right? It's like there's stuff I have to learn, and so I'm more than willing to feel bad now, but feel great later. Okay, gotcha. Just talking about something related to Stalker. But as I was saying, it's like, no. I was not given a silver spoon with this information. I didn't even want to learn this information. But I'm glad that I did. I'm very much glad that I did.
And teach them. You go to a debate to argue your points for the audience. Mm-hmm. If you want to support the show, if you want to support the channel.
Alrighty, so that's the end of that segment. So ultimately, I'm glad that someone like this chick right here, her reach is becoming much more silent. It's, only 34,000 people. And Chronic doesn't have the YouTube dislike, tool installed either. I don't know if he's using Brave. I think he probably is, most likely. So who knows? Though that the dislikes are probably at least in the high hundreds. That's my prediction. People are, even though there's still quite the echo chamber when it comes to this shit, it's not as popular as it used to be. And now, I can't wait for this shit to get punished. Hard. But alrighty. In the meantime, I'm just going to check on my X feed here, see if I got any notifications. Yes, I did. Oh, wait! Oh, guys! Oh, that's hilarious! That's hilarious. Let me pull up a tab. I'm going to show you exactly an example of this fake inorganic bullshit. It was a reply to one of my posts. I'm surprised it got a lot of views, not a whole lot of interaction, only one comment. Not to be a analytics kind of freak or whatever. Here we go. So I made a post saying in response to this Demi VT guy trying to rip on my friend Celestium, and I've interacted with Riri Gaki before. I'm not her biggest fan, so to speak, but she makes me laugh every now and then. And so I said, define decent. Oh, wait, you can't. The reason why I said that is because a leftist cannot define the word decent. Most people, actually, as you can see, most people like Riri and Celestium. They don't like you. Even though, if we take a look at the original post, yeah, that's all fake engagement. Oh, hit tweet. As a reminder. No, it's not a fucking hit tweet. No, it isn't. That's fake engagement. Yeah, Scurvy's been a catechumen for a few months now, actually. But yeah, and then this faggot decided to reply with, we could start at the very low bar of not bigoted. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna reply to this before we get to our next segment. Okay then. Let's see. Okay then. What does that mean? And no, that's not good enough. I at the same time, I don't want to capitulate to this person's definition of bigoted. So I probably should ask that. Does, in the case of Celeste, is her promoting her Christian values bigotry? I don't think that's the case. As a Christian, as a as a Christian myself. Perfect. Perfect response as always, Scurvy. Anyways, we could get back to... Let's get back to the thing. But we found ourselves an example of, well, you know, fake engagement. It's like, oh, this guy decided to respond to one of the members of the hive. Oh, time to like this guy for a fake ratio. I don't give a shit if you ratio me. I'm still right at the end of the day. You can't define decent for the life of you. You just can't. It's impossible. Speaking of Celeste, I know she's live right now. But anyways, let's get to... Let's see. A ScurvyRum. It's not bigotry in itself if you want to share your religious beliefs to me. Alrighty. I'm gonna see if, I am going to just DM my friend Applied Virtue real quick. We're gonna be reacting to your video right now. I'll just send him a DM on Discord. Just letting him know that, we're gonna be watching his video next.
Recently.
So I'm subscribed on my actual account. Oh, welcome. I see. Actually, before we do, I'm just going to grab me another can of Surfside real quick. I'll be back in like a few seconds. Applied Virtue is here. Yes, that he is. I'll be right back, and then we'll get to the video. Alrighty, I am back, fellas. So, we have this video from my friend Applied Virtue called There Are No Good Arguments for Leftism. Let's get started.
Recently, I've been thinking about how much has changed since the 2024 election. I'll be honest, I didn't vote for Donald Trump this time around. I didn't expect much out of him. However, his Department of...
Same here, man. I voted for Cthulhu myself. You know, why vote for the lesser of two evils when you could vote for the prime, huh? I always like to make that distinction every time I talk about the Orange Man, that I didn't actually vote for him. honestly, I didn't really have much trust for both of the candidates, but I mean, hey, now that we're seeing, some of the Trump administration's changes play out, it's fairly interesting. But let's continue.
Government efficiency, or Doge, started auditing institutions, suddenly causing all these activist-driven money laundering schemes that had quietly shaped our culture for years to be exposed to the public.
Gee, I honestly, when it came to the whole USAID thing, my goodness, that just unraveled. That was a massive red pill right there. Massive. It's like, oh, so this is where our tax dollars are going? Great! I love reading that our money's going to waste. I just love that.
Meanwhile, Trump showed in his recent confrontation with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky that he wouldn't play by the old rules of NATO and the so-called rules-based international order. A lot of people were caught off guard, including myself. But no one was more shaken than the radical left. For years, hardline leftists, confident...
Themu, man, Themu. Look, I remember seeing this picture. Some of these... Look at Nancy Pelosi right here. I can't tell. I have to zoom in a little bit with my eyes. No, yeah, she wasn't actually wearing her fucking mask. Oh, man, and I forget the context of that image. I think it was like something related to like Black history or whatever during the whole BLM thing. I argue that there's none for leftism or rightism. Well, it depends on what you consider. Also, yeah, I didn't vote. I wasn't convinced of the rigid or rigged system not being rigid. I think our money is still being wasted. Oh, big time, big time. That whole thing just exposed what our money was being spent towards. That doesn't mean it was immediately stopped.
Pushed their vision of the world. Woke ideology was everywhere, pushed by universities.
They were kneeling in solidarity. It's a BLM thing. For Saint Fentanyl Floyd. Gotcha.
Corporate HR departments, the media, and even the federal government. It wasn't just a set of fringe ideas. It became the backbone of American policy at home and abroad. Activism, too, was an extension of this dominance. The Black Lives Matter riots, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, and other street-level movements seemed untouchable. Back then...
I think I recall talking about Chaz, not Kite and Chaz, but, you know, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, that Chaz. Man, I remember the chaos that was just going on there. I'm very thankful that I was subscribed to Memology 101 throughout many of just all the BLM shit that happened in 2020. I'm so happy that I was following that account, subscribed to him on YouTube and follow. I don't think I was following him on Twitter, but I was subscribed to him on YouTube, and he was just, man, that was also very red pilling. Just seeing that it's just like, oh, all the deaths of black people that was going on in Chaz, it's crazy. It was crazy, guys. I'm not joking. It's like, even though the whole thing was all about, Black Lives Matter. Oh no, they were shooting unarmed black children.
Resisting these ideas came with real social and professional risks. But today, that momentum is gone. Leftists are panicked.
I'm happy
and
about
their influence
that.
is waning.
Really am.
And their arguments, if they have any, aren't cutting through. Worse yet, they aren't just powerless. They're lost, irrelevant, almost silent, except for the occasional Twitter meltdown about...
I think when it comes to... sorry, I'll let you finish your point.
...the rise of fascism.
So, in general, when it comes to... That's all they have left are just Twitter meltdowns. I mean, all they have left in an era where they're starting to slowly be phased out for good, that's all they have is just Twitter meltdowns. That's what we're seeing with the whole Kirsche situation. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Totally not going to talk about that later. Not like I made a video on that subject literally today. But that's all they have. But even then, it's not all that effective anymore. All the Twitter cancel tactics, they're not all that effective. If anything, the people who try to launch smear campaigns, they're the ones getting punished. For the most part, unfortunately, bad actors like NBinted still have their accounts, or the guy who doxed Kitsunero. Sorry, I botched her name. I don't know why. Yeah, they're still up and running. Sadly, they're fucking deranged individuals. But I think more real consequences need to happen to these people for starting smear campaigns.
The distributist once said that you know when the left is hurt when they become very quiet. That made me curious. In the face of these losses...
Or that they start talking about, like, literally nothing, such as going after Kirsche Verstal.
Can leftists articulate what they stand for? What is their worldview? And how do they defend it when their dominance isn't a given? If leftism is a serious ideological tradition, then there should be serious arguments grounding it, and I wanted to find them. So join me today as I uncover 4 common arguments for leftism and why they don't stand up to even basic scrutiny.
That's just his intro.
When I started looking for arguments justifying leftism, I thought of my immediate friend circle. Yes, I do have some leftist friends online. Having talked to them for a while about politics and philosophy, I noticed that they had embraced total value subjectivism. A lot of the leftists I know, smart, thoughtful people, don't tend to argue for leftism in a rigorous way. Instead, they operate according to a values-based approach. And I think...
Sorry if I'm being a little bit more quiet than usual. I want, like, my friend Applied Virtue, very smart guy. I want you guys to also have the chance to, listen to his words too, not just mine. And even when I listen to him now, I'm just like, I think it gets me thinking. It really does get me thinking.
I think this is the animating spirit behind most leftists. The idea is simple. Leftists care about certain concepts, things like equality, rights, and democracy. These aren't necessarily tied to some objective moral order. In fact, many leftists don't believe in objective morality at all. Their adherence to certain values is more like personal preference, a taste.
Exactly. These people, they, even though they, like I said earlier, these people, they don't know where their morality actually stems from. It stems from a lot of, like, a bastardized version of Christian ethics. And so when they try to argue for atheism against Christianity, they just end up proving the Christian right, because they don't actually know where their morality stems from. They're just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian.
Taste they have. They want leaders who respect these values, and they disdain those who don't. Policies like socialized medicine, support for Ukraine, or corporate diversity enforcement aren't just good policies to them. They're seen as necessary to uphold their values. And their opposition to the far right isn't necessarily about policy differences. It's about stopping people who they believe want to impose their values by force. Because even if these values aren't objective, they are theirs, and they must be defended, to the death if necessary. I wrote about this subjectivist ideology in my first Substack essay. Subjectivism is rooted in Enlightenment thought. Philosophers like David Hume argued that reason is the slave of the passions, that matters of fact and matters of value are entirely separate. From this perspective, morality isn't a set of universal truths, but rather an expression of personal preference. This view has been highly influential. Max Weber, for instance, argued that reason is silent on values. He described morality as a realm of competing factions. Questions of ends are questions of values, and on values, reason is silent. Values are created by human decisions, and each man's conscience is irrefutable. In this framework, the best we can hope for is to create neutral institutions that fulfill people's desires and maintain a stable peace.
The thing is, when it comes to institutions, right, they'll naturally be co-opted by the people who run them. And what I mean by that is that the people who run them, they're going to have their own sets of values and beliefs that were instilled from them at a young age, or even have them changed over time, right? But it's primarily the former who are in charge of the institutions. And when you have a bunch of people who are Marxists and seek to change these institutions to be Marxist, we see this with plenty of institutions in the United States today. I mean, anytime you see something that's like woke, it's something Marxist, even though they're not full-on communist in terms of their operation. So that would be like, the public library system, if that's full of communists, or, those who practice woke DEI nonsense. Just another form of communism. Let's be real. They are going to subvert the institution to bend to their will rather than the person bending to the institution's will. Let's see. Applied Virtue says, David Hume once said that there was nothing irrational about preferring the destruction of the entire world over having one's finger scratched. He knew that was the logical endpoint of his philosophy. I mean, Nietzsche basically adopted it wholesale. Yeah, I now that you mentioned Nietzsche, I definitely see a lot of what Hume says in his, that influenced Nietzsche. And though Nietzsche has some based points, I'm just not a fan of nihilism. I think it's stupid, it's cringe, and it's gay.
And this view isn't just limited to leftists.
Oh, that's David
you
Hume.
find talk of values among anti-woke liberals who rally around freedom, and ethno-nationalists who champion tradition and the nation.
The Smash JQ
Scratch the surface,
types.
and you'll find the same...
So the Smash JQ types, minus their traditionalism. That guy is not a traditionalist at all. Or the Madame Savvies of the world.
subjectivist
I love to bring
worldview
her up in
bubbling up.
this.
But here's the problem. If values are just personal preferences, and no guiding moral vision tells us what people ought to value, then society just becomes a battlefield of self-interested factions.
Gotcha.
It's a war of all
Alright,
against
Higgins
all,
and atheists.
where peace is only maintained by whichever group has enough power to impose its will. Tolerance becomes impossible because someone must win. This is because the only alternative to rational discourse is violence, and, as Weber pointed out, reason is silent on questions of value. Logically, violence and deception become the sole means of resolving ideological conflicts. And beyond that,
I have a feeling that might be needed in terms of if we truly want to get wokeism out of everything. It's like force is needed. I don't think lives need to be lost or anything, but people need to lose their jobs if we want things to start working again. You can't give commies positions of power. You just can't. We've seen it over and over again in recent history, from the Bolsheviks to the CCP to the woke people. Yeah, we just can't give commies power anymore. It's a stupid idea to have that happen. And what we need to do right now, many firings have to happen. I'll tell you that much.
Enlightenment idea that reason is powerless in moral debates is simply false. Leftist intellectuals have known this since the days of Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno. Conservative thinkers like Alistair McIntyre have also exposed the flaws in this view. Do their arguments really need to be reiterated? Perhaps one more time is necessary. According to the Frankfurt School, when we are mired in subjectivity, our reason becomes more and more a matter of self-preservation, both of ourselves and of the group that instantiates our values. This is because subjective reason is instrumental reason, thinking oriented to what is useful for oneself. Think about it. If I'm focused only on the means to achieve what I desire without considering whether I should desire this or that, then I will only be concerned with what is useful to fulfilling those desires. In the context of the war of all against all, inevitably caused by rampant subjectivism, what is useful is what helps one survive and gain power. Thus, the drive to self-preservation becomes all-consuming, since that is the only thing reason can focus on.
And to an extent, yes. Even though we no longer live in, Oonga Boonga caveman times, right? It's like, obviously, our first priority as humans, as animals, is survival. Like, it's important for us to live another day, so to speak. And that's the same thing when it comes to ideology. And it's because it's carried out by people. If they want their ideology to live another day, they have to live another day. And so ultimately, what happens is, nobody really wants to change their minds on anything. It's because of that self-preservation instinct we have. That's what I picked up on, at least.
Subjectivism thus falls into incoherence, because any real conception of the significance of what is being preserved is lost. The result is a nihilism that disintegrates the will to live in the first place.
Let's actually read this slide real quick. Denying that life has any purpose beyond mere survival makes some people question why it's worth preserving in the first place. Is it any wonder that there are so many depressed people in our society? Yeah, that too. People need to have a higher purpose, and that's usually fulfilled by religion. But because of just how a-religious Western society is becoming, that's why we're starting to see the rise in nihilism, and nihilism can take the form of many things: feminism, trans ideology, gender ideology. That's the other word. Communism, and all the other flavors of Marxism. They will eventually become nihilistic, no matter, especially at their logical conclusion. In terms of gender ideology, you basically want everybody to be sterilized, and that will cause the destruction of the human species because nobody can reproduce anymore. Feminism leads to the same goal, but a little differently. In terms of the feminists, it would be that, if everybody's working, then nobody can have children and the species dies out. As for Marxism, well, that's going to be a little bit over my head, but no doubt, if everybody is truly equal, then the population will die out. Because, where's the hierarchy? Marxism basically just wants to get rid of hierarchy. And hierarchy is part of the human condition. It is necessary. The Frankfurt School was, to my reading, the last attempt by the left at staving off nihilism inherent to liberalism. It is the most ideologically robust leftism, and it fell flat. I think due to the Marxian Freudian priors of their ideology. Gotcha. I say. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to Freud, he's quite the interesting character. But honestly, I didn't know those two, Marxism and Freudian psychology, could be combined like that.
Life must have meaning, or else people will cease to live. This amnesia about the meaning of life, so common in the modern world, is remarked upon by MacIntyre's study of the history of ethics. It is little wonder, then, that both MacIntyre and the Frankfurt School point to the Enlightenment and its propagation of subjectivism as the primary culprit for this nihilistic tendency in our culture. The upshot is that this subjectivism is a dead end. Politically, it only leads to conflict and nihilism. Intellectually, it cannot justify itself on its own merits, let alone be used to justify leftism.
Exactly. And the thing is, when it comes to that which is preached by the Frankfurt School, that whole school, to my knowledge, it was basically there to create people who could infiltrate these institutions and destroy them from the inside. That was the whole point of the Frankfurt School. Not to mention, I believe it was founded by Jews. Take that what you will.
It is an excuse concocted by those who have forgotten what they are fighting for. When a leftist defends his leftism this way, what he's actually doing is begging for you to not examine his basic moral premises.
Hit the nail on the head. I encounter that kind of leftist quite often in my X feed, where it's like I actually start to press them on their beliefs, and it's just like they don't give me an answer to their beliefs. It's really fucking weird. In regards to arguments, it doesn't matter if I'm, a bit more softer or if I'm harsher. I'm still going to get the same reply because they don't actually want to investigate their own beliefs. They basically just want to be good ideological lemmings for the state because it feels good. Not that it actually is good. It just feels good.
Now, to be fair, this values-based approach, as common as it may be, is a pretty low-brow take on leftism. It's not really a serious intellectual justification for the ideology, but it's striking how many leftists seem unable to defend their worldview in any other way, and when they do try to make a more sophisticated...
Well, the thing is, it's because leftism is it's founded on, just being contrarian to all that is traditional. It is basically a call to go back to our, our nature, to not even try to think of trying to be somewhat above it. They are just like, I just want to pop as many pills as I want. I want to drink as much as I want. I want to eat as much as I want and have as much inconsequential sex as I want. They just want to do that. That is the goal of a leftist, is to just consume. They don't want to think about what they're consuming. They just want to consume because it makes them feel good at that moment. But it's going to make them feel like shit in the long run.
Case, the arguments don't get much better. The first non-subjectivist argument for leftism I found on Google was a Substack essay written by someone named Philosophy Bear. Now, this essay has a lot going for it. It's well-structured and coherent, and the author tries his best to make his utilitarian approach to leftism seem reasonable, even giving measured critiques to his own side. The essay begins with the author arguing that if you're a partisan, you should have a good explanation for why your side is always right, because it would be implausible for one political side to be consistently correct just by chance. He further states that political movements throughout history were attached to a
it's all about proving things. It's like, okay, this is why this works, right? That's what I'm getting at least.
social group or a common philosophy, and it'd be strange if modern-day political movements like leftism lacked this. So far, so good. He then argues that most historically...
The English Peasants' Revolt. The English Peasants' Revolt of 1381 was a major uprising triggered by widespread discontent over oppressive taxes, particularly the poll tax, and harsh economic and social conditions following the Black Death, led by figures like Wat Tyler and inspired by radical clerics such as John Ball. Peasants and townspeople marched on London, demanding an end to serfdom and greater rights. Although initially successful in gaining the king's attention, The revolt was brutally suppressed and its leaders were executed. It marked a turning point in the decline of feudalism. Huh. That's actually pretty interesting. I never heard of this before, so this was actually pretty interesting.
Vindicated movements sided with the underdog. For example, during the English Peasants' Revolt of 1381, the peasants wanted things like the abolition of serfdom, wealth redistribution, better wages, and criminal justice reform. Today, most people would probably agree with them. To philosophy bear, this proves that siding with the underdog tends to be the morally correct stance.
I think what philosophy bear doesn't understand is that this isn't like fair working conditions is not inherently Marxist. The Marxist position is equality, not fair conditions. And it's also not under the guise that, even if things are equal, they have to, they will cooperate. The whole thing of Marxism is that, we have to be equal for the sake of being equal. It's not that we'll give anything. So it's not like if we have more fair conditions, the empire will actually prosper better. Because then we could help continue to foster its prosperity. Marxism is, we have to be equal because we have to be equal. You can't do that. We're basically the people who make this society. So there's nothing of give and take on both ends. It's all about give me stuff. That's what Marxism is. It's just early form of Gibbs. Gives me shit.
This seems at first like an appeal to democracy, as though the author is saying that a view is morally correct if the majority of people agree with it.
Hold on, I'm just gonna Ooh, I see. Somebody posted Spoo-woon.
However, the author points out that we have independent reasons to believe these movements also tend to make people happier. Resources, whether money, status, or security, are more valuable to those who have less of them. In his words, in general, your first dollar matters much more to you than your 100,000th. This is true all the more so of specific purchasable goods. I suspect it's also...
But applied virtue, I need the Switch 2 on launch. No, I'm kidding. I'm actually, like I said earlier, I won't be able to get the Switch 2 on launch. I'm just gonna probably wait for the OLED model because it's probably gonna fix a lot of the stuff in terms of the hardware. But you have to give me a Nintendo Switch 2. You could donate at Cashapp/cash sign undead, not undead chronic, ScurvyRum. I mistook my own shill. No, I'm kidding. You guys don't have to donate to anything. It costs $0.00 to be a supporter, after all. But you have to give me money for a Switch 2.
Probably true of more abstract goods that cannot be purchased or are difficult to purchase, like status, procedural fairness, free time, security from violence, and so on. Therefore, ideologies prioritizing shifting power and resources from those who have more to those who have less will increase overall happiness.
We must redistribute the Switch 2s to the public. Specifically, the Switch 2s with Mario Kart World. And all the Switch 2s will be given to me for redistribution. Now you see, I mean, even in that joke, you could see how retarded communism is.
Yes. Leftism is just the ideology that sides with the weak against the strong. So, in the author's view, it is preferred from a utilitarian perspective. Furthermore, since history shows that these shifts tend to be vindicated, we should assume leftism is, in the long run, correct. However, after I read the article, I remember feeling a bit left down because its flaws were very apparent. First, the argument proves too much, By the author's standard, siding with underdogs would always be the morally correct position to take.
Damn,
But
dude,
even
I wasn't
leftists
expecting
admit that
swastikas
some
in my
groups don't
stream.
deserve this sympathy. They know that a leftist society must exclude ideological dissidents, the so-called intolerant, even if that...
Bruh, my friend sent a switch and bait of Kanye's band song. Yeah, that one. I do find that there was a VTuber cover of that song not too long ago. Bitch beat me to the punch.
That makes them the new underdogs. This isn't hypocrisy, it's just the reality that you can't side with every underdog
And
group.
yes, it was a chick.
Now, I suspect that the author would moderate his position if I made this objection. Perhaps siding with the underdog isn't always correct, but maybe it has good outcomes more often than not. But in that case, how do we know which underdogs are worth defending? Were the aristocrats and clergy executed during the French Revolution underdogs? How about...
That is a screenshot from a political cartoon that incorrectly explains Karl Popper's paradox of tolerance. Huh. Alrighty.
the Russian and Chinese peasants who starved under communism? Or what about today? What about the people who have been robbed or killed by illegal immigrants or non-white criminals, aided and embedded by left-wing policy?
Big time. Big time. Like, people... I think what people don't get, especially left-wingers, what they don't get about, like, oppression, is the fact that it's like, oh, it's, like, letting people do whatever the fuck they want, that is a form of tyranny. Whether the left likes to think of it as tyranny or not. That is a form of tyranny, letting people who aren't even of this country, who entered this country illegally, do whatever the fuck they want and be rewarded for it. That is a form of oppression.
Policies. The unborn children killed by abortion. The working class people punished for...
Yeah, that's also a form of oppression. You're not even giving the baby a chance for life. What more do I need to say in that regard? That is oppression at the highest caliber. The fact that there's a chance for the baby to die by the mother's hand, nonetheless, that is permitted by the ruling class, and the oppressed, the unborn baby, can't do anything about it? That is oppression.
hate speech. If the right had created these victims, leftists like this author would call them underdogs. But since leftist policies created them, they're ignored or even mocked.
Anyone remember this?
In America, there's a thing about both white vigilantism and white tears, particularly male white tears.
Particularly male white tears. Ooh, that's so bad. Oh, we can't have the white men, the goyim, complain about their condition now. Oh, we can't have that happen.
Really white tears in general, because that's what Karens are, right?
Oh.
They Karen out, and then as soon as they get caught, it's like, Green Waterworks.
Many months later.
And that... I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That what I was doing had value. No.
Thank you, Aristocratic Utensil, for that example. It's apparent from the behavior of Joy
Base.
Reid and other leftists that they have some method of deciding which underdogs are worthy of their moral consideration, and it's predictable even to non-leftists. However, Philosophy Bear never elucidates why. To be honest, I don't think he can. It would require
I'm with you on that, but I'll let you finish your point.
going into the structural purpose of the left and its role as institutional entropy rotting the foundations of civilization.
I'd also add that he refuses to go in depth on his position because he can't. Like, it's something he legitimately can't do. Like, that's the thing about leftists. If you ask them about their position, they will freak out at you. It happened to me several times. I asked them about their actual position on things, and they can't answer me. Like, either either they can't answer me or they provide an insufficient answer to the question. That's how you know these people are ideologically possessed lemmings, as Spoo-Woon would put it.
But that's a whole separate video. Another problem is that this utilitarian approach doesn't consider what happens when you prioritize underdogs over the stability of society. After all is said and done, it's better to be a part of a stable society than not.
Yes.
Even if you aren't living at large, even if life is difficult, if you have some measure of security, access to resources, and purpose to strive for, all of which are blessings of civilized life, then that's more important than abstract concepts like equality. But if all that matters is shifting resources from the strong to the weak to make the amount of happiness on this nifty little graph go up, then maintaining civilization becomes secondary. The result?
I assume that graph is talking about immediate happiness, right? Not long term. That's what I think when you're saying that. Is it's like, oh, then again, leftists do prioritize immediate happiness over long-term happiness, which that also translates to societal happiness, which, once again, that's long-term happiness.
Crime rises, social trust...
Oh! That image is racist? That image is racist? It's a white family? The man should be a black man and the children should be mixed? Yeah, that's what it should be? I'm just joking, I'm joking.
Collapses, and the people left behind have to fend for themselves. I suspect that this kind of utilitarian thinking is exactly why so many bureaucrats push for lax policing, mass migration, and policies that weaken national cohesion. If you view the entire world as a game of who has more and who has less, then everything just becomes a giant math problem. This appeals to the psychology of those addicted to seeing numbers on a line increase. What gets lost in their calculations is that a society must first exist before it can support the less fortunate.
Oh no, you got my dog whistle.
I'm gay, we're totally gay.
Oh no. No, I'm joking. It's totally a dog whistle. Oh man, honestly, if a leftist was watching this stream right now, I have a feeling, oh my god, dog whistle, but they wouldn't even care that the orange behind the screen isn't even full white. You wouldn't care about that.
So while philosophy bears argument is more thought out than the values-based approach in that it is at least superficially plausible, it still has gaping holes. Taken at face value,
I think they'd be triggered more by the fact that I'm using images generated by AI. Yeah, some of the people in here would be pissed off by that too. Some of my other Christian VTuber friends too, but I think they'd be at least understanding of how you're using AI, rather than like how other people use it. Like, I don't have a problem with AI, how you're using it. Obviously, I don't think everybody needs to have like an artist for everything. Like, that costs money. AI is great for that stuff, but anything beyond that, it's like, then I'm just like, hey, maybe you want to contact a real artist. You could use one on VGen too. They seem to be pretty reliable.
It supposes that siding with underdogs is always the right move, which is an obvious falsehood. Scratch the surface, and you find that there is an unstated principle demarcating which underdogs deserve support, something no graph can elucidate. But if the utilitarian argument was flawed, the next one I found was even worse. Say what you will about the
Yeah, that too. You don't plan on profiting off your channel. Huh, that's interesting.
Utilitarian argument.
Your schizophrenic name is seen as a dog whistle. That is hilarious. Even though it's a reference to a magic metal band. Huh, interesting.
It at least tried to be logically consistent. The third leftist argument I found was more of a rhetorical weapon. It's the idea that Christianity itself supports leftism. You've probably seen the memes. Jesus.
Editor's note, SDL is a left-wing YouTuber, not the SPLC. I made a typo in the script still. My point is valid since he is a leftist making this argument. Okay, gotcha. Thank you for making that note.
Was a refugee. Jesus helped the poor. Jesus flipped tables in the temple. And recently, in response to Doge's foreign aid cuts,
in terms of Christos flipping tables in the temple and using a whip to drive out all the merchants, no, that's not communist. Obviously, I know you're arguing against that, but I just thought I'd point that out. It's like if there's any commies in the audience who are watching this, no, that's not about anything related to Marxist ideology. It's all about maintaining the sacredness of a temple, of a place of worship.
The Southern Poverty Law Center posted
Exactly, Dusty. Exactly. The reason why Christ decided to whip out all those people in the temple, all those merchants in the temple, was because it was a slap in the face of what God wanted.
A blasphemous image of our Lord with a hammer and sickle, alongside Acts 2:44 through 4.
Yeah, this SDL guy, iconoclast, full-on iconoclast. Like I wouldn't want to see Christ with a 45-degree swastika. I wouldn't want to see that. I'd get pissed off too. It's iconoclasm.
45. And all who believed were together and had all things in common. And they were selling their possessions and belongings and distributing the proceeds to all, as any had need. Now Christians immediately pushed...
Ooh, it's the meme image! It's the meme image! No, I'm not a Christian. I have nothing but contempt for your backwards religious beliefs. So yeah, this argument wouldn't work on me, but maybe if I use it on you, you'll do what I want. I remember sending that image to Madame Savvy and she got pissed. Good times, guys. Good times. So-called internal critique. The problem with this post is that these critics are, 1, acting in bad faith, and 2, ignorant of Christian theology and biblical exegesis. I have never heard of that word in my lifetime. Goes to show my intelligence.
Pushed back, accusing the SPLC of bad faith concern trolling. You know the kind. Acting like they care about Christianity just to attack conservatives. The SPLC responded by doubling down. You don't need to be a Christian to point out hypocrisy. Here, they act as if the Bible were just a political manual for modern American policy. This isn't a new tactic. Leftists have been trying to twist Christianity into supporting their ideology.
For indeed, although the socialists stealing the very gospel itself with a view to deceive more easily the unwary, have been accustomed to distort it as to suit their own purposes. Nevertheless, so great is the difference between their depraved teachings of Christ, and the most pure doctrine of Christ, that none greater could exist. For what participation hath justice with injustice, or what fellowship hath light with darkness? Pope Saint Leo the 13th? Yeah, that is the 13th. Quod apostolici, I can't read. I'm butchering the Latin language right now. Muneris 5.
For centuries. You find 19th century popes warning their flocks against it, calling it a distortion of the Gospels. And we know it's a distortion because applied Christianity looks nothing like the leftist version. If leftists were suddenly transported back in time...
The Bible is a manual for life itself and to be virtuous. It's not political.
...to the height of medieval Christendom...
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of, a Christian's political beliefs, it's supposed to be based off the Bible. That's why many of us are monarchists. Because Christ is king. Exegesis is the exposition or explanation of a text based on careful, objective analysis. The word exegesis literally means to lead out of. Gotcha.
They would be horrified. Traditional Christian societies were, by modern leftist standards, theocratic, hierarchical, and deeply conservative. Homosexuality was banned. Class structures were enforced. The death penalty was used regularly. While capitalism as we know it didn't exist, private property absolutely did, and no one, aside from a few radical fringe sects, was advocating for anything remotely resembling communism, let alone social democracy. Let's be real. If leftists today had to live in a Christian society, they wouldn't be praising it. They would be calling it fascist.
Oh my goodness, it goes against the Bible. I can't believe it. It's going against the Bible. But meanwhile, the few based Protestants, the Catholics, and the Orthodox, we'd be like, yeah, this is fine. That's all good. Meanwhile, the evangelicals are like, no, that's my fascism.
Now, maybe a kind of leftist Christianity was plausible in previous generations, back when everyone was vaguely Christian, but that isn't the case anymore. The people who claim that Jesus was a socialist are the same people who mock Christians constantly. They don't believe in the authority of the church. They don't believe...
What these leftists don't understand in terms of forgiveness, it's like, that forgiveness, it's like, you need to start repenting, and then you ask for forgiveness. Or if you do ask for forgiveness, there is an expectation with that. You are expected to repent if you ask for his forgiveness. You are to do his will. And to sin no more, to the best of your ability. If you mess up, you ask for forgiveness and you try your best to change.
Believe in Christian teachings on sex, family, or the nature of sin. They reject Christianity as a legitimate moral system, only invoking it when it's politically useful. That's not an argument, that's manipulation. If leftists truly...
By the way, Christianity created individualism, but not in the way people think. You and your family were judged, but in Christianity, you and you alone are judged.
Believed Christianity was authoritative, they would submit to all of its teachings. But they don't. They only cherry-pick verses to suit their political goals, while ignoring the vast majority of Christian doctrine and practice that contradicts their...
Well, Jesus Christ told everybody to love each other, and so that means you have to love me, even though I'm a degenerate.
Ideology. This applies to leftist Christians as well. If you consider yourself a Christian and a leftist, you need to contend with the fact that, for most of history, Christians would have rejected your theology. The progressive Christian movements that do exist are heresies that rise and fall with political trends.
100%.
And if history is any guide...
And every time I argue with these types, especially since I'm still learning about Orthodox theology, I just go like, I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man. There was one leftist who claimed Jesus was pro-polygamy because Christianity tells us that God loves everyone equally. What the hell? Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. Theosmo. Themo. I hate that. John Isaac with the... It's not hump day today. I rarely stream on a Wednesday.
The heresy you believe in will fade in time too, just like all the others before it. But there's an even deeper reason why leftism and Christianity don't mesh. Leftism is, at its core, a politics of resentment. It's driven by a desire to tear...
Heinlein, let me look up... I know what you're talking about. Let's see. Author... Hold on. Author of Starship Troopers. Robert A. Heinlein. Oh, that guy was a polygamist? Jeez, I didn't know that.
Tear down those who have...
He had an open marriage where he wrote Stranger in a stranger land. That's a picture of Jesus washing the feet of Judas Iscariot. Sorry, I did get a little off topic there, but man, why would Christ wash the feet of that who betrayed him?
More, whether that's power, wealth, or influence.
I don't know.
But Christianity condemns resentment as envy, one of the 7 deadly sins. Ideally, a Christian society wouldn't be obsessed with revenge against the privileged or increasing one's status. It would emphasize charity, humility, and personal moral responsibility, virtues anathema.
Ah, gotcha. Maybe I didn't pick up that part. In the book of Matthew, maybe that's in one of the other Gospels. I really have to start reading the Bible more. Tell you the truth. That is what a Christian leader is supposed to do: care for his flock. Huh? I see. Because, hold on. Sorry. Because Jesus forgave him for what he did, even if Judas could not forgive himself. It was Christ's time to go, and he cared for his flock. Gotcha. I mean, oh man, in terms of Judas Iscariot, I mean, he's not canonized as a saint, in the Orthodox tradition, right? Because he betrayed Christ. We believe that he's in hell. Also because Judas committed suicide. But in terms of this picture that I'm looking at, I do find it interesting. I really do. Judas Iscariot is one of the few people in the Bible we can know as damned. Judas is the arch sinner, from what I gather. He roped after he betrayed Christ. Yes, that is, historically speaking, that is what happened. Biblically speaking, I think that's also the case from the research I've done on him. He killed himself out of shame for having betrayed our Lord. Yep.
To leftism. So no, Christianity doesn't justify leftism, and the fact that leftists feel the need to co-opt it just shows how weak their own ideological foundations are. The final leftist argument I want to address in this video isn't one I hear much of anymore, but it's worth refuting for its historical significance. It's John Rawls's veil of ignorance, an argument that was once considered the gold standard for justifying liberty.
Jesus literally told him flat out, woe to him. He would have been better if he had never been born. Wow. Whew.
Rawls argued that a society is only just if it would be judged as fair from behind a veil of ignorance, a hypothetical scenario where individuals in a state of nature don't know their race, sex, religion, or personal beliefs. In this original position, Rawls claimed that rational people would choose a society with maximal individual freedom and a kind of liberal socialism, one where inequality is only allowed if it benefits the least well-off. In other words, if you strip people of their identities and make them choose a social order from a position of neutrality, they'll inevitably pick something resembling a modern left liberal democracy. It sounds nice in theory, but there are glaring problems with this argument. The biggest issue is that this entire thought experiment...
Liberal anthropology in a nutshell. Let us return again to the state of nature and consider men as if, but even now sprung out of the earth and sedanely like mushrooms, come to full maturity without all kind of engagement to each other. Thomas Hobbes. Deceive, chapter 8. Huh.
...is detached from reality. Human beings have never existed in a state of nature where they could rationally design a society from scratch. We don't enter the world as blank slates either. True. We are born into families, traditions, and cultures that shape who we are. Rawls treats these things as
Exactly. I have one thing I need to say to the people who think that we're just blank slates.
Hey pal, you just blowing from Stupid Town?
Important to the pursuit of justice. But if you remove a...
Thomas Hobbes literally believed that the best way to analyze humanity is to consider humans as though we just pop out of the ground fully formed like mushrooms without having any social interaction. Rexus says, I used to watch Just Some Guy. He's a perfect representation of that guy who has contempt for Christianity meme. Most of his audience no longer respects him anymore. Hobbes is the grandfather of liberalism. Gotcha. I am familiar with Thomas Hobbes. As for Just Some Guy, I'm unfortunately a bit more familiar with his bullshit.
A person's race, sex, and religion from them, you're not left with a real human being. You're left with a disembodied, deracinated abstraction.
Yep.
And if someone had actually been raised in total isolation from identity, culture, or community, they'd be the last person capable of judging what makes a society just. Justice isn't about what someone might prefer in a hypothetical vacuum. It's about giving people what they actually deserve within the...
Is it weird that I've actually had dreams like this before? Pie in the sky?
Concrete reality.
Matthew 23:15, abuses of authority. Then Jesus spoke to the multitudes and his disciples, saying, the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. Therefore, whatever they tell you to observe, observe, and do, but do not do according to their works, for they say and do not do. Yes, I really do not like the Pharisees all that much.
Of human society.
They are the
but Rawls's thought
signalers.
experiment ignores the very factors that determine what people deserve in the first place. Rawls presents his conclusions as if they're objective and universal, what any rational person would choose.
Back when Harvard wasn't like a shithole, or the area around it. I wonder what Kirsche's thoughts on it are. Not like Foxy would ever be in my chat. I'm too small and too far right for her. Nah, but I know, Foxu, she's in Massachusetts, so...
But they're not. They are simply the moral intuitions of a
Yeah, especially the Jews of today. They are quite literally the techno-Pharisees.
20th century liberal New England professor. In many ways, the veil of ignorance argument is just the subjectivist argument for leftism we discussed earlier, repackaged with sophisticated language to make it sound more reasonable. There is nothing universal about Rawls's preference for sexual libertinism and egalitarianism. These are not timeless principles. They are the product of a very specific historical and cultural context. And the fact that the left has largely abandoned Rawls shows how flimsy his framework really was. Rawlsian liberalism used to...
I think that has to do with the fact that the left, they abandoned it because it wasn't far left enough. Usually when the left abandons a cultural trend, it's because there's something that's further left than that original position, and so they're going to chase after it so they could try to get attention. That's why they do that.
Be the intellectual backbone of the left. But now, it's mostly been discarded, replaced with something even more incoherent. If Rawls's framework is outdated, what has the left actually replaced it with? Nothing better. The left doesn't rely on reasoned defenses of its ideology. Instead, it falls back on a handful of rhetorical tactics. The most common is moral blackmail. If you care about the poor, about...
We're going to be going over that later tonight. I'll tell you that much. This is a sign that this movement is dying out, that they have to resort to stuff that's basically illegal.
About minorities, about democracy, you need to do what we say. No real argument, just an emotional appeal with an implied threat. Then there's shaming.
Pictured, Maoist struggle session and extreme left-wing shaming tactics. Similar tactics are used by today's leftists, such as in HR boardrooms, hearings on racism, or YouTube live streams.
You're a racist. You're a fascist. You're a terrible person. This isn't meant to convince. It's meant to shut people up and enforce social pressure.
Big time.
And when those don't work, they appeal to science, or at least the science.
Yeah, the science with a capital S. It's not the actual scientific method, because if these people were to actually use it, their conclusions would be all wrong. But let's read the bullet points here. A scientist saying something doesn't make it correct. True. Scientists often have different opinions. True. Scientists often have biases and prejudices, like most people. True. All of these are true. That's why when it comes to, like, you know, scientific studies, it's like there's a reason why bias is taken into account. And the thing is with that, they at least back in the day, these people would want their their results to be replicated. Not anymore for some reason. That's what I don't get.
The same science that justified destructive COVID lockdowns and then got discarded the moment it contradicted their ideology.
Yes.
If science backs their position, it's gospel. If it doesn't, it's bigotry. What all of this...
Precisely. And that's something else too about the COVID lockdowns. People, there were many scientists that pointed out that no, the lockdowns are fucking retarded. They do not work, and they only make things worse because people will not get natural immunity. Or the people who need to have natural immunity will not get natural immunity. And even if they were to spread it to their grandparents, they would not have it as bad.
Suggests is that leftism is floundering. It's not that it lacks power. It still controls institutions, media, and the broader culture. But what it doesn't have is an intellectual raison d'etre. It has no real justification for itself, no compelling story of why it's right and its opponents are wrong. What remains is inertia. If leftist institutions lost their funding, their influence would collapse within a generation. That said, I believe that something like the left will continue to exist in the future. What that looks like, I have no idea. But
if I were to make a prediction, I think it would just be a bunch of people who just spout a bunch of bullshit, but can't back it up by anything. It's just people who vent a lot, kind of like what I do now. But at least my venting is, backed up by facts. But for these people, it's just life's not fair. I wish things were better for me and only me. Something like that.
One thing is clear. If leftists want to remain relevant in the long run, they need to do better than this.
Big time. Big time. But they're not going to. They're such petty little bitches. They're not going to do that. But anyways, that was There Are No Good Arguments for Leftism by Applied Virtue. I'm actually going to give you guys his channel link so you guys can give him a sub. So I'm just going to go here. I'll post the link in the chat so you guys can give him a sub. So once again, give him a sub. I'm just going to go see my links. Oh boy, we got another comment on that. By the way, we're not talking about Riri Gaki. She's not a Nazi by any means, by the way. Focus on what Celeste is saying. Also, how is Christianity Delulu? Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. I swear, if this faggot were to see how I'm interacting with him on stream, he's gonna get so pissed. Also, how is Christianity Delulu? She's because you can't define what that word means. There we go. Perfect. You see how little regard I have for these people? I don't mind making something decent or whatnot for the argument's sake, but at the same time, it's like, I don't care. I also really don't care at the same time. Sorry, you guys didn't see that, but anyways, I will be back in a moment. We'll get to our next video. We'll get to our next video shortly. Hopefully you guys subscribe to Applied Virtue. He's pretty based. I will get the next video loaded though. But anyways, I will be right back. So just give me a minute and we'll be good. Okay, I am back. Sorry, I don't know why that muted itself. Anyways. So, let's get on to our next segment here. First, of course, I'm going to check on, Oh, another 5 notifications! Misuse of the word... Oh, Thank you, Applied Virtue. Supporting a Nazi makes you a Nazi. Makes you a bigot. Riri is a Nazi. Scurvy's a monarchist. Do you think I am a Nazi because of that? Also, fuck off with that Reddit atheist shit. It does not constitute as an argument. Anyways, there we go. Also, Scurvy, I've been working out as a part of my distraction from corn, especially since I want to get my addictive personality under control. I don't want to relapse again. Hey, that's awesome, dude. I'm really happy for you. I'm a monarchist. Not so despised Christ as do you, atheist. Based, that's also correct. It's always the people with the love Jesus and what would Jesus do that act nothing like Jesus. I'd suggest you read the Bible yourself. Man, I swear, these people are so stupid. Unless, it doesn't follow me. Nobody else I know follows him. Yeah, he's a retard. You know nothing about the faith. Shut it. No, I think you're a Nazi because you support Nazis and spread Nazi rhetoric. Reddit atheists are right. What? It's not... Dude, have you been drinking more than I have tonight? You have not answered my question at all. You can't even define what Nazi means. Anyways. Nah, I'm gonna leave this alone for a bit. This is fucking hilarious. I'm gonna let these spurgs just spurg it out. We're gonna get back to the stream here. I'm sorry for all that, guys. This was hilarious, though.
Oh, would you look at that? A story involving deteriorating race relations. Who better to talk about this than a South African? Especially one who's kind of drunk. However, if you guys are expecting me to say some incredibly based things, yeah, that's not going to be this video. Much. The stuff going through my head when it comes to this.
It's not, strictly speaking, legal.
Yeah, that'd be the reason I wouldn't put it on Rumble. Hell, I probably wouldn't even put it on Odyssey even. You know whose commentary on this I would have loved to hear? Pastor Louis. Man, I miss his jogger streams. Those were funny as hell. Probably would help if I mentioned the video subject matter. In fact, let's watch it.
Did you call him the child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the word?
And by the way, this is about the whole Shiloh Hendricks situation, so we're going to be learning a lot about that. I'm sure there's going to be some stuff that you guys didn't even know about at the time. But man, Spoon was diving deep into this. Not to mention he has a type, minus the, minus the motherhood aspect. Certainly likes tattoos.
It is my own business. You call him Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now?
Spoon.
Alright, that's what you say.
A lot.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody digging into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him the little child?
What if he acts like one, he's gonna...
Hey, everybody's going through Negro fatigue now. I could say that on YouTube. Because it's the Spanish word for black. But everybody's going through it now. Shiloh Hendricks is of a similar cast and makeup of those people she called a slur, but I'd say that doesn't matter. Yeah, she's a trashy whore herself, but at the same time, I think she's feeling what everybody else is feeling.
Are you about to hit him?
Even other black people. That's the funny thing too. Even other black people are feeling the same way that we are.
You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call.
Wait, let's go back.
That gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act like.
That's not a 5-year-old. That's not a fucking 5-year-old right there. Apparently charges against the Somalian recording that women were dropped. Man, oh man. But yeah, that's not what a 5-year-old looks like. Not even an abnormally tall one. So that's not an excuse to call him 5. He's also not autistic either, mind you.
That's what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can...
Oh, you know, that's a hate speech. Well, hey, you know, maybe just consider this for a second. Stealing is wrong. Stealing is wrong. Well, what's a worse sin, right? Granted, both of these people committed sins. Let's not kid ourselves here. I think stealing is the worse sin than Shiloh calling that Somalian the N-word. They're both sins, but one is way worse than the other. On an objective level. Oh, great, more notifications.
Be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
Huh.
Ha!
Fuck off.
Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
Now, the lady in question here, Shyla Hendricks. Gonna be honest, if I didn't know her complexion, I
that's a teenager who beat up a toddler and stole the toddler's stuff.
probably would have made some erroneous assumptions, and I know I'm not the only one. Crowdfunded more than $500,000 off this, and don't you just love to see it? Oh, the memes are hilarious. Now, I'm gonna tell you all some ugly realities. This is not meant to be black pilling or red pilling, more clear pilling than anything else. Perception is reality. What you're exposed to and fed repeatedly.
Yes, I know, Rexus, I know, it's negro.
Is what
But
sticks.
hey.
Truth is rarely what sells.
I'm sure the
Emotional
Spanish
appeals
wouldn't
is
mind.
what sells, and sells well. Change is always top down, never bottom up. Populism is a lie. I pray I'm wrong, for once, but no legislation will be brought forth because of this. It will not be discussed anywhere near the levels of power. Nothing tangible will happen. The Trump administration right now is a cringe, embarrassing shit show. And if you're really honest with yourselves, you would admit this.
Yep, I have to agree. There have been some W's, but a lot of it has been just like, chaos. It's like, where are the mass deportations? That's the big one. Where the hell are those?
Oh, God.
The horror.
From the tariff fiasco, we're not seeing record-shattering deportations as promised. The war in Eastern Europe, which Russia was always going to win, Trump did not bring to heel within a matter of 72 hours. And don't even get us started on Israel or how the now former National Security Advisor...
I will say, even though this video is a teensy bit outdated in regards to Israel, I'm glad Trump is no longer Netanyahu's lapdog. Good on him for once.
Mike Waltz was caught using Israeli-modified tech to relay and receive potentially classified information. Geez, I wonder on whose behalf he was doing that. The whole Doge thing is nothing more than a digital version of a cheerleader on a Times Square billboard going, "We got government spending, woo." It's like Thomas Massey said, cut the bullshit, we know the dance. Democrats grow the welfare state, and the Republicans grow the military-industrial complex. Growth for growth's sake is the ideology of the cancer cell. Given that, it's hardly a surprise to see people hate the state. In a governing model of Big Ten politics where raw bodies count for numbers, thank you House of Representatives, the realities of multiracial strife is nowhere near the list of priorities for anyone in power. In the regime's sense of things, this stunt is nothing more than the peasants throwing about some loose change, really. The different reaction this time around does not automatically translate into meaningful change despite the visceral, real feel of it. You can hate me all you want, but this is the reality of things, and on some level...
Oh, wait, hold on. I'll let him finish this point.
As is the case with modernity and social media seemingly becoming this factory where people have taken to microdosing red pills till their brains are fried to high heaven, there is a propensity for people to see something like this and immediately get skeptical and jump on the psyop.
I mean, I was like this too. I was like, wait, why is this growing so fast? I mean, I get because of the whole Carmelo Anthony situation, because he murdered Austin Metcalf. Yes, that was murder. Do not argue with me on this. I've seen the footage. That was murder. But in terms of, the raising of money, that's where my concern was. I thought it would raise... I know it would raise some money. I don't think it would raise that much money, you know? But I guess I was kind of wrong in that regard. It's more organic than I thought it was.
Up train, which is understandable, admittedly. I can't exactly fault them for that, especially given recent events. But when I saw this reaction, I couldn't help but think of a bit in Scrubs where Dr. Kelso says, I prefer to create an environment where the subjects end up crushing themselves.
That's racist, Scurvy!
I don't think it's stupidity or malevolence with intent. I think it's a lack of care and a selfishness so disturbing it comes off as psychotic. I was discussing this with another content creator about the character of the elite, and he said, I look at the ugly, bloated elite and think, I can see why you preserve a system lacking virtue, as you would never reach this position naturally. I very much concur with his sentiments. The media, however, remain blind and partisan as ever. And
well, yeah, that's kind of their job, Spoo-Woon. They, especially when it comes to the older population, they are meant to basically, you know, just stoke a fire, mainly with the left wing, and that fire is just, oh, don't pay attention to that. That's bad because we say it's bad. So they're basically just trying to do some weird appeal to authority, rather than encouraging people to do their own research.
And as such, if not fueling the PSYOP angle, keeps face-planting into a wall. I mean, look at this. This is from the New York Post, supposedly conservative. Oh, wait, Douglas Murray's featured there, isn't he? So you might notice where their allegiance lies. I mean, look at this opening paragraph.
Jews, I
Minnesota
bet.
woman caught on a viral video calling an autistic child citation very much needed, assholes. The N-word is painting a...
Yeah, that's the thing. In term, they went with the autism claim for a little bit now, but there was no proof for that kid's autism diagnosis. No proof.
Herself as the victim. She was literally threatened because of this, and has raked in more than $500,000 in an online fundraiser after declaring,
But Spoon, she said a bad word. That's a justifiable offense to being harassed. I mean, I know I'm just being facetious, but it's like, seriously, these people, these American leftists, they think it's justifiable to go after somebody over somebody saying a no word. It's fucking retarded.
her personal information had been leaked because of the incident. It was. Charlotte Hendricks identified herself as the mother caught on camera this week hurling the vile slur at a 5-year-old boy. Did you see the size of that kid? He's closer to 10 than he is to 5. There's no way in hell he is 5. Allegedly caught rifling through her bag at a playground in Rochester, about 90 minutes south of Minneapolis. Hendricks can be seen in the clip turning her ire and profanity, oh lord, on the black man who confronted her and filmed the incident. Now, considering we actually saw the footage just now, you might notice this opening is riddled with inconsistencies. I don't know if it's because of pathetic narrative weaving, the state of journalism, dishonesty, or a combination of all of the above.
I'd say
First
it's a combo.
Off, there's no caught on camera hurling slurs at the kid. If there was, we would see that. We only see the so-called confrontation. And then it's allegedly caught rifling through her bag. So, allegedly rifling through the bag, but caught on viral video hurling slurs. How slow-witted do you have to be?
I knew there was something up with this when, just kind of seeing the reports from mainstream media in regards to this topic. It's like, so what actually happened? That was a big question I had. I'm glad Spoon was able to answer them, because Lord knows I was busy with other things at the time too. Other situations that I was also commenting on. It's like I didn't really have much of an opinion on the whole Shiloh Hendricks situation, to be honest.
Get your phone.
But hey, I'm also glad that once again these leftist cancel smear tactics no longer work, and that the people who are actually being targeted for harassment or this, that, and the other are getting the help that they need.
Now between mother catching the kid in the alleged act, but definitely hurling the insults, to ultimately end up with evidence of neither. How the hell does that make any sense? We're off to a great start. They mention the recorder's name, Omar, a 30-year-old male of Somali descent, who claimed the kid is autistic,
Somali.
but is not related to the boy, told the outlet. And suddenly we have a Chinese military parade's worth of red flags all over the shop. If he's not related to the boy, pray tell, how the hell does he know the kid is autistic? There's no evidence of this at all. And what the hell is a 30-year-old...
I also heard that a lot of these migrants, they say that their kid is on the spectrum so they can reap more welfare. This doesn't surprise me very much, as an autistic person myself, that there's an increasing amount of those who are faking being on the autism spectrum just so they could get Gibbs. Fuck you to all the fakers.
Old man doing in a playground with children and his phone out. Could it possibly be because he's a predator, given that he was charged?
Oh, Viva Frey, I know this guy. Good guy, too. People on the interwebs are saying Sharmake Bale Omar, the guy recording Shiloh Hendricks, is a pedo. Went to fact check and found the court documents dismissing his charge of criminal sexual conduct. Third degree, penetration under 18, use coercion, criminal conduct, 5th degree, non-consensual sexual contact. How in the name of sweet holy hell was that charge dismissed in the interest of justice?
What the hell is this?
And Viva Fry posts the document in question.
With 3rd and 5th degree criminal.
March 14th, 2025. This was very recent. Why are people taking the side of a pedophile? Beats me.
Criminal sexual conduct, and the judge dismissed the case in the interest of justice. Again, I can't say what I'm thinking because
it's not, strictly speaking, legal.
I feel like I'm going to get a lot of mileage out of that clip in the future. But is any of that going to get mentioned? No. In fact, when she finds out this man's been harassing her, posting recordings of her and his litany of prior problems with law enforcement, the article sees no reason to dig further into any of that, instead deflects and mentions her own convictions without a shred of evidence whatsoever. As if her actions magically cancels out the fact he should be rotting in a prison cell back in Somalia where he rightfully belongs.
Based.
Given how this article started, I find myself rather skeptical of these dubious claims, and as such, I feel the need to go tell one Catherine Don-Levy,
go fuck yourself.
Very appropriate if I do say so myself. But of course, she just couldn't help herself. No. She just had to say one last stupid thing.
Look at the reaction. There is a good ratio of next.
Some online
494 to 274. Top notch compared to next. I'm glad people knew that this article was bullshit.
Commentators claimed Hendricks' fundraising from the incident was a public reckoning. It was after the family of Texas teen Carmelo Anthony, who is black, thanks for that, raised more than $500,000 following his arrest for allegedly fatally stabbing a white teen.
I'm gonna bust this bitch head as soon as we get outside.
You just gotta love the...
It's not alleged, it's what's actually happened, and there's camera footage of it.
The race betting, don't you? I think you'll find it's rather challenging to allegedly fatally stab someone. Oh, and wouldn't you know the comments are turned off? Why, it's almost like they know they're full of shit and we get mauled into oblivion. You know, this kind of bullshit is how one goes from suspicious to noticing. All of the news...
hardcore noticing, too, I might add. Something like this is absolutely going to get people to be a hardcore noticer. Because it's like there's something up, the full story is not being said, and so naturally, people are going to be suspicious of it. Because there's something that is clearly being omitted here that is not provided. I'm glad that there's more independent journalists out there now who are able to provide that.
Is focusing on the slur.
What
Damn
is
you,
missing.
none of them on...
It's the same thing that goes back to the whole George Floyd thing. If it weren't for independent journalists providing, the information that Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose, things would have been much worse. A Leather Apron Club predicted that PDF-philia would be legalized in the future. Do you guys know Jew Boy? I know many Jew boys. I don't know who you're talking about, Rexus.
On the fact the clip features a 30-year-old male foreigner in a playground with children with a criminal history of sexual misconduct involving minors. Even the author of this article is a white woman. Combine all of that with the fact the clip is available in under 5 clicks on X, that you can't help but speculate nefarious intentions, and a public reckoning isn't even on your radar. Oh, and speaking of the public reckoning, and I have to be very careful with how I phrase this, Western civilization has had a problem, going all the way back to the Enlightenment and that stupid arsehole wig John Locke. We were sold a bill of false goods, a ticket...
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Enlightenment philosophy seems to just be far too permissive of way too much bullshit. For the sole fact that the words "we are all created in the image of God" or whatnot, it's like, that's true, yes, but also what he and a lot of the other Enlightenment philosophers don't realize is that God also created people to be, some are better than others. We are not all created equal. Some people are just naturally better than others. We are all children of God. Yes, we are. But he also made some of us better than others in certain areas.
Time bomb called classical liberalism. Classical liberalism is a crock of bullshit.
Yes.
And has since then morphed from a philosophy into a borderline universally ascribed religion, the blueprint of the blank slate theorist. In many ways taken inspiration from, as David Starr...
Jew Boy is a YouTuber. He defended the Talmud, calling most of the arguments against it lies. Wow. Wow. Why does that not surprise me?
He put it, the silliest statement ever uttered, the opening words to the Declaration of Independence. These truths are not self-evident, and we are not born equal. I mean, one look at the history of our species, anyone who clings to this pathetic myth is genuinely deranged. The notion that all humans are born the same with equal capability, that all that's missing is the right code they playfully call education, will simply divorce themselves of all beliefs and tribal identities, and conflict can simply be minimized, if not scrubbed, if we can all unite under the common banner of simply material betterment. Meritocracy, colorblindness, the religion of the secular materialist, and the ideology of the globalist. There is, of course, myriads of problems with this, such as the capacity for that education program to stick, and thus the methodology by which one attains said material betterment becomes ever more intellectually and socially demanding. And
not everybody is capable of fulfilling those intellectual or social demands. That's something else too the Enlightenment people didn't think of, is IQ.
Thus, those lacking the so-called God-given gifts are inevitably seen as a burden, as their behavior is inadequate and out of control. A liberal society is not one that's free, as values do not come from freedom, but rather tight regulation and a degree of conformity that binds the fabric of social cohesion. Basically, a liberal society is nothing more than one with some or other arbitrary freedoms that the state doesn't interfere with, to some or other acceptable degree based on what the people deem acceptable. Presumably through not revolting, because they already know how to behave anyway. And it turns out this...
That seems to be more and more of a genetic thing these days.
Social cohesion is the product of homogeneity and tradition, stretching far beyond the bonds of mere materialism. There's more to life than simply getting more stuff.
Yes.
It turns out multiracialism...
Undeniably so. We as humans have a God hole shaped in our hearts. And and I think there's ways to fill it and ways not to. The way you don't fill that God-shaped hole in your heart is by worshiping false prophets, false gods, and the state. You do not worship those. The way you fill that hole in your heart, you worship the Father, you worship the triune God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
And multiculturalism is not compatible.
Hey, do you know who else tried this Enlightenment stuff? Rhodesia! Look at where they're at now.
With classical liberalism. What a shock.
They're fighting
for a
on
very
a
obvious
fringe.
reason. It was made by Europeans for Europeans in a society of damn near only Europeans.
That's true, too.
I'm sure you're familiar with the conundrum nature or nurture. I'll settle this for you. It's both. It's those whose nature is inadequate to be nurtured. And no, I'm not a genius. I can simply look at history and go, explain the wheel. The best seeds will not yield a fruitful harvest if the soil is barren. Much the same way a genius can't be made from an idiot, civilized can't be forged from the uncivilized. The soil is permanently barren. And it turns out generation after generation of state-forced impositions, ranging from forced integration at gunpoint, the destruction of the right to association, the failure of affirmative action, the quite literally deathly catastrophes.
Don't get me started on the failure of affirmative action. And this is coming from the perspective of a disabled person. The thing is, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to make myself a more competent person. That way I could get decent jobs and not have to rely on a crutch of identitarian political bullshit. Teach me the ropes, and when I get the ropes, I can excel. That's how I operate. Affirmative action never worked out for me, says Dusty Rugburn.
Of DEI, endless series of openly anti-white sentiment, and continuous emphasis on racial consciousness has opened the racial consciousness of the ethnic European and made them recognize that every other race is able to advance causes for their race, and it comes at the expense of the ethnic Europeans. There was a post that Callum responded to. Some idiot responding to Fuentes who said, either everyone gets to be tribal or no one does. And he said, let's go with no one does. To which Callum replied, the post-civil rights era asked all to drop their tribal identity, only the Anglo-Saxon American did. What are you going to do? Ask nicely again. I agree with the sentiment, but not the post itself.
I'd also apply this beyond the Anglo-Saxon. I'd also apply this to the Middle Eastern, to the Slavic, to the Hellenic. Yeah, you know what I'm getting at.
The Anglo-Saxon American was not asked.
And yes, many Middle Eastern people are white. There's also and those are the Middle Eastern people I'm talking about. Are the white people?
They were forced to.
Yeah, the
much
Soviets
like everything
tried that
else
too.
attached to
That's
liberalism,
true.
the melting pot is a lie. It is
Yes.
normal for people to be tribal, especially when their tribe is objectively better. And thanks to social media, ethnic Europeans can see this pattern is not isolated to America. Oh, no. It's in every corner of the globe, which makes them notice this push might be, subversive. And they're asking themselves, why do we need to put up with this? We are polite and passive to the point of detriment. What do we gain from sharing our lands, our resources, our people, and, let me just be blunt here, the spoils of conquest and conquer with those who don't share our God, our values, or bloodlines?
Yeah, what will they do? And it seems like the answer is destruction. Simply put, destruction.
And the answer is nothing. If we simply went, no, we've had enough of this, screw off all of you, we're not taking this anymore, what would happen? Well, a couple of things. Crime would drop dramatically, as with the prison population, not to mention welfare payments.
Yeah, that's also true. There are some there actually are quite a few benefits when it comes to living in a ethnically homogenous society. It's undeniable. This is coming from a guy who's mixed ethnicity himself. It's undeniable. And wouldn't you know, those ethnicities that are mixed into me, they're primarily white, ethnically European. So there is some genetic coding in mine that makes me more prone to receiving those values, which work for building society.
The average IQ would go up considerably. Business investments would be on the rise. Property value would shoot up.
Yes.
Social cohesion would be at levels not seen in a century. And most importantly, we would be free of all of this race-baiting bullshit. And so my question is, what exactly do you offer us, our civilization?
But Spoon, we're not allowed to ask that question. If we do, then we're considered racist. Whatever that means in the current era.
In exchange for us not having any of that. You will never see anyone have the balls to ask that, let alone answer it. Nor will they answer the follow-up. So now what? I mean, the answer is obvious to a handful of those who happen to have an IQ above 95, who can, see the writing on the wall and the lack of incoming wall to write on. Historically speaking, upsetting Europeans has a tendency to end kind of badly. We have the capacity to get organized very quickly.
Oh, yes, that is the case. Ethnic Europeans are very, very good at organizing. So maybe it's a good idea not to piss off those who are ethnically European. Might be a good idea in the long run if you want to keep living in a society where we gives you shit.
Shit. Quickly, and when we do, we tend to create new things called nation-states. Now, like I said earlier, perception is what matters. So what exactly were the ingredients for this reaction? The stabbing of Metcalf definitely did the bulk of the work.
Yes.
But what made it worse were those who openly cheered Carmelo getting money for killing someone and saying they know nothing about the case, but they're rooting for him, and we all know the reason why. What was curious about this reaction, much like every other reaction, is the individual in question isn't even American, it's a Somalian, which means they would rather side with the should-be-in-jail law-breaking foreigner than with the American. They don't see...
There is a reason why that the leftists do side with people like that guy. Well, one, the obvious, being the racial element. Oh my goodness, the guy is brown. He's from Somalia. He needs our protection from the evil white men. Even though you are the evil white people themselves, American leftists. And then also, there is the element, that liberal element. Oh, a foreigner visits a country. There's the expectation that it's just if they act the fool. Oh, that's just their culture. No. Bad actors need to be held accountable, regardless of where they're from.
See nationality. They only see race. Push comes to shove, they will always side with those that look like them. And for whatever reason...
Anyone hear about that guy who ran over a little girl in Colorado? In terms of the guy, let me guess. Someone of Hispanic descent who hopped over the fence of this country illegally. And the girl who was ran over, either white or Hispanic, whose family is actually here legally. Geez, sealed court documents? What the hell's going on in chronic state?
Seem to be unable to understand doing this over and over again publicly is not exactly a good look. It turns out constantly demonizing those responsible for literally every single piece of technology and medicine you use might not be the wisest move. Neither is immediately calling the police and the NAACP, which totally doesn't make you look like an opportunistic bunch of bitches. It's causing pressure that will one day cause a reckoning. And will they learn anything? Well, they don't learn anything now, so no. I said this before, you should be an ambassador for your group, because action by group association is the standard default for human beings when it comes to pattern recognition. It's standard biological wiring. Why do you think everyone wants to be near Europeans? Not exactly rocket science, is it? Oh yeah, and we're responsible for that as well. But what I think really pushed people over the edge was the way they treated Metcalf's already pathetically feckless father, who groveled to the very people who were raising money off his kid's corpse. The vile arrogance.
Oh man, this is another reason why. Like that whole situation of, I mean, on one hand, I get it as a Christian, forgiveness, that is a virtue. But at the same time, you also don't need to be a spineless coward. You could also say that that, God, though, God will not be so kind to him. You could also say that too. And what that phrase means a multitude of things. Especially since Carmelo Anthony is not repenting for that. He thinks he did a good thing.
To do that. Believe it or not, I'm actually desperately trying to suppress a rage I'm genuinely not comfortable with. But purely from just a psychological mammalian perspective, if you saw that behavior from someone of Pack A towards Pack B, and a member of Pack B killed a member of Pack A, Pack A would either abandon that person or likely get rid of them, because they're a weak link in the chain. There's a serious hindrance to their existence. The same way you see animals abandon weak young. The strength of the pack comes first. Very Spartan-like mentality. That level of cowardice, aside from demoralizing, is dangerous to a group's survival. And all of that rage, all of that energy had to go somewhere. Juxtapose that with Shyla's reaction. Hard R, middle finger, no flinching, just proper boss mama bear energy. Watch the video back. Her balls are so big they make the camera shake when she moves. It's beautiful. What set it on fire, though, was at the end when he said, "We'll see what the internet has to say about you." Fuck you! That threat was the kick-starting catalyst met with an overwhelming arsenal of money-chucking middle fingers. Turns out what they have to...
Yeah, that... honestly, I would say it was that line. Let's see what the internet has to say about you. And it's like, guess what? The internet has changed, my guy. My Somalian pedophile friend in quotations, even though I would not consider someone like that to be a friend. Yeah, times have changed. People are tired of your shit. Fuck off. That's why these people decided to give so much money to Shiloh Hendricks.
Say is we're gonna make her a millionaire because fuck you. No word of a lie, when I first saw her, my reaction was, how many children does she have, and would she like some more? Cheers for watching. Once again, I apologize for nothing.
Spoo-woon. Hilarious as always, but also very insightful. Anyways, I will be right back, then we'll get to our uncommon uplifting. But I have some more notifications to check. Of course I gotta reply once more, even though I've been quite busy. Okay, give me a minute. I just had to reply to something. And yes, music will be turned on right now. Okay, I am back. I'm just gonna send another link to the stream. I'm also just replying to this this faggot again because it's fucking funny. I also got another DM from my friend Virtue Applied. Yeah, it's hilarious. That's why I keep egging him on. Yeah, I it really is very funny. Anyways, I'll get back to my little model here, but. Let us get to our uncommon uplifting of Kirsche Verstal.
It's
so let's go back just a teensy bit. I'm also gonna send another link because you know why not? Why not? Just gonna check. I'm still alive. Yep, just thought I'd post that real quick. And let us get to our uncommon uplifting of Kirsche Verstal, fellow VTuber.
It's insane to me to go from watching someone for like over a decade and then becoming part of their content, and not in a bad way based on what he usually covers.
Right.
So that feels
So let me give you the skinny on this whole situation. So there was a hit piece, actually a few hit pieces written towards Kirsche Verstal by journalist, quote unquote, Anna Valens, who is a troon that is a massive creep. I basically summarized it in my latest video, which I will link down below. Let me just give it to you guys first. I'll send the link here. Oh my goodness. Of course, I gotta like the comment from a Cairo. 58 views in 7 hours. Holy shit. That's actually really good. That's probably one of my best performing videos like I've ever uploaded. Here we go. Here's the link to the video. If you want to learn just the bare minimum of what happened. Yeah, I'm actually gonna just mute probably. Yeah, I'll mute the person. I'll mute the person, not the conversation, because the conversation is actually pretty good. Anyways, I figured I'd at least send the link to you guys, and then now we could get back to the video. It had information about that Anna Valens journalist, quote unquote, has been revealed. He is a major degenerate and possibly, allegedly, a pedophile.
Incredible. Like, I don't even... what is my life?
I don't know if you know this, the I Stand With Foxu hashtag. Did you see that over the week?
Yeah, you guys started that on your stream.
Yeah,
that was insane.
that was Craig that started the hashtag.
It was strictly out of response to the whole, like, total I stand with whatever one that
At first I was like, why didn't Craig use my name? And then I was like, wait, no, actually he's a genius because no one can spell my name and it's impossible to mess up Foxu.
Yes, it was a mutual decision, and Flash was like, we should do that. And you know what, we did. So yeah, it
exploded. I've seen it everywhere.
Apparently you're still trending like today, like right now.
That's crazy. Thank you guys for starting that, by the way, because again, there's been just an insane level of support that I never expected to get, because like these journalists went after me, and like I have obviously friends, but I'm not a huge online presence, so I never expected to get all
things considered, Kirsche, in terms of your presence online, it's bigger than you think it is. And I'm not saying this as like a justification for the bullshit that you went through. I'm saying this as like, you have a lot of people who support you. You have allies in faraway places, whether it's the synth cells or, the zesters, like, me and my community. You have Celestium's community and the Christian VTubers who rally behind her. You have a lot of people who are in support of you, Foxu. Even some other VTubers who have been harassed by these same fucking faggots, they also rally behind you. They are 100% in support of you having your place in this community. Never forget that. We have your back.
All of this support from people I've never even.
If Kirsche had it in her mouth, had it in her to move south and deal with the swampy weather, she'd have people willing to help her out. Yeah, I mean, she's not too big into the whole swampy weather thing, unlike yours truly, who lives in Tropicana County in Florida.
Talked to before. I never expected Asmongold to react to it and defend me as hard as he did.
Is legal.
You wish he was hard, huh?
Oh.
Oh, Blabs.
She's learning from me.
Well, it's just that you call him.
Not good, Blabs. Not good.
Husbando and everything, and you know.
Did you hear Kirsche's like little giggle? Little laugh?
My husband defended me.
Asmongold, huh? She's had the mold issue that killed her house value. Oh, so wait, is that why she's so based? She had the same mold that synthetic man, breathed in. I'm gonna shit my pants. Ah! Okay, enough synth X Kirsche shipping.
Yeah, she was right.
Cute little
I kept
nickname
laughing.
for me.
I was like,
Yes.
she's gonna be mortified that you got her name wrong.
I appreciate that. It's not that he got your name wrong. He has a nickname for you.
Yeah, it's a cute nickname.
Don't worry, we're not going to be watching this whole thing, but I want you guys to just get an understanding of just how bad this smear campaign against Kirsche failed. I want you guys to get at least that idea.
For me.
That's right.
But yeah, I never expected that.
Honestly, something else I'd like to point out before we continue. I noticed that compared to Kirsche's own streams, her appearance on side scrollers, they seem to be a bit more genuine. I hope I'm not the only one who kind of picked up on that. I guess it's because she's on with other people, like real people, not VTubers. Like she actually has to be a bit more tame. But, that's how I was able to kind of get into VTubing. Oh wow, there's VTubers on the right, and Kirsche was kind of my first exposure to that. I almost immediately flopped as soon as she went. And threatened Vice with a lawsuit. Yes, I loved seeing that. Munya, motherfucker.
And his video is what inspired me to speak out about how I had been dropped by the crime boss devs as well. Because that didn't happen that day when I announced it. It happened back when I was on vacation 2 days after the Vice article dropped.
Wow.
And when I tried talking to...
That's something else too that I forgot to mention in my video. She was on vacation when all this shit was going on. And so something else that we should note here. These people will write these smear articles on a personality when they think that they're not, that personality in question who they're targeting is not going to be able to respond. Turns out those people are rather retarded. Most people have Twitter/X on their phones. They're gonna at least hear about it from somebody in their DMs.
To them, I was like, hey, so I've been the target of a harassment campaign for the past month that culminated in an article on Vice dropping 2 days ago. Like, they've been taking things that I've said out of context. Like, they've been posting lies about me. They made up, that, like, a coup.
Hey, wouldn't you know, Troons are most notorious for lying. Doesn't surprise me.
Klux Kirsche nickname that, for some reason, Reddit now...
yes, that Binted faggot. I cannot stand him. I'm surprised I'm not blocked by him, despite how mean I've been towards him. At the same time, man, his whole bread and butter is, this VTuber is saying right-wing talking points. Oh, let's go after them. Let's go after them. It's totally justified to have their life destroyed because they said something I disagree with. No, it's totally justifiable.
Believes is what my audience calls me. Like, what the hell are you talking about, man? I've never called myself that a single time.
Oh my god.
And the more heinous stuff she said didn't involve politics or opinions. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I think it was opinions.
They were just like, we're not
politics.
We're not going to talk about it. It was a unanimous decision. Like, it had nothing to do with any sort of hit piece, or you're dealing with that. I'm like,
wait.
I just don't believe you.
Yeah,
because the thing.
Something else too. If anybody uses Binted as a source, unironically, seek Christ. Unironically. Because you need to learn how to stop. You need to learn how to follow that 9th commandment. Thou shalt not bear witness to thy neighbor. Open up in order to check the girl who on the right side thinking she's super hot. The exploding Hitachi. What?
Things that you linked to me are the exact things that have been posted ad nauseum to harass me with, as well as what is sourced in the article. So there's zero chance I believe you that this just happened to be a coincidence. Like, somebody sent you those.
Okay, hold on. So I'm just trying to... This is my first time hearing this, and I'm sure this is the first time for a lot of folks. So the timeline is, you go on vacation, hit piece drops. 2 days later... Crime Boss they're just like, well, sorry. And by the way, it definitely doesn't have anything to do with this hit piece that just dropped. Strictly coincidence. Just saying. Yep. Thanks for everything. See ya. And you're like,
yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That makes it even worse.
I was just like, will you guys talk to my manager? And my contact was like, I can ask. And I was like, okay, thank you. And he comes back and he's like, no, it was a unanimous decision.
Not to mention, Kirsche is part of the Mythic Talent organization. That is a VTuber organization. They're, relatively speaking, they're pretty hands off when it comes to letting their talent do things, especially the VTuber talent. Oh, hold on.
We're not going to talk to you.
Let's play.
And I was like, oh, okay.
So what was the last thing that they said to you? Was it, and what is unanimous? Is this like 2 people, 3 people, 4 people?
I don't know what unanimous means. I don't know if that means in dev being the developers or 505 being the publishers. I have no idea where it came from or if all of them were in agreement.
Huh. So, and they say it definitely it didn't have anything to do with the hit piece at all. And they just kind of were like, well, see you later. And that was it.
Yes, this is about the whole Crime Boss Rockay City stuff. And it was like, well, no, it totally didn't have to do anything with the hit piece. And it totally has to do with everything involving the hit piece. That's why they decided to drop her. Even though they were going to add her, even though they were going to add Foxu as a playable character. Don't forget that. They were going to add her as a playable character. And then, it's like, oh, no, we're not doing that anymore. No, it's not a hit piece, though. No, we're not going to drop you for that. No, that was just released while you were on vacation. No, we're not doing that. No, we have integrity. No, you don't, devs of Crime Boss. No, you don't. You don't know what that fucking word means.
And did they say don't say anything about this publicly?
Nope.
Or like,
no, they never said anything like that at all.
So how did that conversation end? Was it just like, well, thanks for everything, see you later?
I was just like, okay, thank you for trying. Because like, what do I say to that? Like,
right.
And I just been keeping quiet about it because I didn't want to give the people harassing me any reason to go harder on it, right? Because they would have seen this as a victory, like, oh, someone bent the knee. That means we can get these other companies to also.
Oh, wouldn't you know? One person in particular did try to get other companies to bend the knee. Niara VT, some guy that I ripped on very hard in the past, which I don't regret. I don't regret at all. I should have, and I agree with some of my friends saying that I should have went harder into the guy. But because I'm on YouTube, I can only go so far. Niara was like, "Oh yeah, this is a win. I do not care. I do not care if this game, this game has anything related to making fun of my ideology. I'm going to celebrate this as a win." Because I do not like Kirsche, and I want to groom minors and give them HRT. That's Niara. I exaggerated a little bit, but, it's true. The guy actually believes that there is such a thing as trans children. Oh, man. He thought that was a win, and then when he decided to play the game, he learned, oh, Chuck Norris is in the game, and Chuck Norris has some, quote-unquote homophobic remarks that he said in the past, and probably recent, too. I forget exactly, but I know he was pretty pissed off about that, and he played the game for too long, so he can't get a refund. Get fucked, Niara. That's what you get for not debating me. Yeah, I've tried to set up a debate with him, albeit a little informally, but no, he's not the type to do debates. He's a weak-wristed little leftist, so naturally he's not going to accept a debate against a guy who lifts way more than he does.
Bend the knee. So I was like, I'm just gonna shut up about it, and I won't talk about it, and hopefully things will blow over. And then another hit piece dropped, and then the Sports Kita article about me supposedly defending Shiloh, even though the VOD that they posted in the article proves their entire premise wrong. And thankfully, Asmongold shows.
So I'll give you some context in this. Like Kirsche's point, she is not defending Shiloh. She is saying her whole point is that the left's reaction to both of these cases, they believe that saying a word is worse than killing somebody. That was Kirsche's point. And a bunch of leftists were like, oh no, that means you side with Shiloh Hendricks. And it's like, no, Kirsche isn't. I can acknowledge that too. Like, that Shiloh Hendricks did commit a sin, but was it worse than what Carmelo Anthony did? Murdering somebody? No, what Carmelo did was way worse. Way worse. Sheffo, good news, grapefruit. I finally learned how to do the... Pickle, talking about Call of Duty. Anyways, I could bench press heavy things. All Kirsche did say is that Shiloh didn't do what Carmelo did, or what the weirdo recording her. Cool. Oh, Chef, a huge Call of Duty gaming series fan here. Oh, that's cool. You guys can bond over something.
That as well. And then another hit piece dropped on some website I had never even heard about and can't remember the name now that I tagged in my Twitter post about all of this. Like, hey, maybe take down your shit too.
Mm-hmm.
And also that website that I had never heard of and didn't know that they had wrote a hit piece. Like, they were invoking like coefficient and nags, being like, oh, you guys have to disavow this white supremacist creator. Like, they weren't even saying supposedly.
Once again, these people cannot define what white supremacist actually means. Like, seriously, none of these people can. Man, like, in today's time, merely saying that white people should have their own homeland is enough for somebody to say, oh, you're my white supremacist. It's like, no. Turns out, white Europeans are indigenous to somewhere in the world, and that would be Europe. Sorry, drop my deck of cards. Let me just pick them up real quick. Okay, all good. Sorry about that. Anyways, it's impossible to lose a round when that song starts playing. I gotcha.
They were just outright calling me that in that
telling
article.
me about that song earlier,
and I was
Pickle.
like, this isn't. You shouldn't even call this an article. They're trying to invoke the name of larger creators to scare them into being like, look, if you don't disavow this person that we've been smearing as a Nazi, we're also going to call you a Nazi. And you don't want that PR nightmare, do you?
Right.
And
The
it's like,
guilt by
it's just a very
association bullshit.
And once again, these people do not know what the word Nazi actually means. If these people were to try to smear me, the monarchist, into calling me a Nazi, I just say, no, I'm not. Actually do some research, you'll find my political positions. That's what I'd say. If you're not interested in actually doing research on the person you're trying to smear, I'd say fuck off and seek Christ.
Disgusting thing. And
if you're a troon, maybe get some rope.
Night, I actually found out that same website, what are they called, Stealth Optional? Yeah. I found out that same website wrote an actual hit piece on me outside of the one mentioning coefficient and nags. And I posted that link just now, because I found this last night. Because I was looking for anywhere else that the Vice articles had been posted in order to send letters to them as well. And, like, I hope that this doesn't keep escalating, because I don't want to...
So before we wrap up this segment here, I do want to give y'all a little bit of a... I do want to give y'all a little bit of a update in regards to this situation. So, Anna Valens, he had his account taken down. So, Common Fox UW, and then also there, like this article that you're seeing here, also taken down. That article in question is literal AI slop. Once again, now these leftists, they are trying to use AI to basically, fight their battles for them, and it's turning out to be a miserable adventure because people are spotting this from a mile away. They see the Indian name, and naturally they're gonna put that article through an AI filter. Victim claims she is a victim. Yes, exactly. Kirsche is indeed a victim. Why is she a victim? Because she's being targeted, and people trying to destroy her life over claims that are false. She is a victim in that regard. Absolutely. And something else about this article in particular. There was another article written on Chibi Reviews, right? I'm not exactly his biggest fan. I have my contentions with him. But holy shit, the same guy who wrote that hit piece on Kirsche wrote a hit piece on Chibi Reviews that's also false. So, already, I really do hope that this guy gets fired. That's at least a fitting punishment for publishing libel. That's something, journalists absolutely can do. Libel is published information. So, that's why Kirsche decided to, at least attach that letter before she decided to go for the lawsuit. Let's see. Some artificial intelligence are alright, like in Android smartphones along with PCs, though a lot of times AI could be partially dangerous. Rexus, welcome back. But ultimately, the reason why Kirsche is being uplifted today, in addition to the video I just made on the situation, which I also praise Kirsche for dealing with this situation very, very, very well. It has to do with the fact that these people tried to take down Foxu and failed miserably. And I'm glad that nobody is letting these people get away with it. They deserve consequences for trying to smear somebody. Well, with that being said, we're going to head to the after show segment. Now, what's the after show segment going to be? Sorry, I just had to make sure my headphones weren't going to turn off for a second. I think what we're going to do... I'm also going to see if... Oh, wait. Boy. I forgot. I can't join any voice channels right now. So, I think we're going to be doing a little bit of a doomer hour here. I haven't done one of these in a while. So, naturally, I'm going to... So naturally, man. My goodness. What a... I see, I guess we could start Doomer Hour right now. Let me just pull up the... I know I already have it on here, so I guess we could just go to the article again. I forgot I muted this person. Even so, guy tried to get a ratio on me. It failed. Let's be real. We could go over. And we could go over. You see why this whole conversation, even with the help of my friend William Virtue, I'm glad I stopped engaging with this account. But you see why I'm just... Hold on, let me like this too. I forgot he sent that. Let's go through this thread right here. This is gonna be kind of like pseudo Doomer Hour. I'm gonna put some music on too, more fitting music if anything. We'll go for the Silent Hill 2 soundtrack. Silent Hill 2 White Noise. Okay, yeah, here we go. So let's actually start this off from the beginning. So this comes from I'm responding to a post from DemiVT, that's basically taking a screenshot of a post from Ririgaki. Found a cute VTuber, she blocked me. Found a cute VTuber, she already has me blocked. Found a cute VTuber, she soft blocked me in loop. Why? And my friend Celestium asks, I ask myself that every time I see a VTuber who's blocked me, not gonna lie. Riri replies with, they hate us. And I agree, I responded to this too. I responded to that post as well, I believe. And I said, define decent. And wait, no, he said, why yes, I'd say most decent people hate both of you. And I said, define decent. Oh wait, you can't. And do you know why I said that? It largely has to do with the fact that this guy's a leftist. He can't define words for the life of him, and if he tried, he would fail miserably. And so I got one of his fans jumping down my throat saying, we could start at the very, very low bar of not being bigoted. 9 likes, huh? Gee, I wonder where those came from. Totally an organic meme. And I said, okay then, what does that mean? In the case of Celeste, is her promoting her Christian values bigotry? I don't think that's the case as a Christian myself. And this faggot replied with, also yes, Christians are automatically bigoted. It comes with the territory, honestly. And my friend William Virtue replies with, a misuse of the word bigotry. An intellectual position cannot be bigoted. Only a way of thinking is. And he links to a blog spot that KV here is not going to read. There is Death in June's Fall Apart song, pretty doomer. I uploaded it on my channel today. Anyway, let's see, though. Whenever having similar ill health issues, the doctor uses to recommend having magnesium sterolate tablets, though not magnesium sulfate filtered sodium chloride solution tablets in the capsules. The crappy would definitely recommend not to bother with plastic wrap magnesium. Huh, that's odd. Anyways, yes, I'm with you. You think gay people go to hell? Oh wow, William Virgin. Hey, T-Man follows you now. William, my friend. You think gay people go to hell? This is automatically bigoted. I don't think gay people go to hell. How can I if I don't think there's such a thing as gay? I believe that unrepentant sinners go to hell, but repentant sinners are saved. Yes, this is pretty consistent with Christian theology, Christian ethics as a whole. Not that hard to grasp, right? But this guy's like, there you go with your bigoted denial of reality like a good Christian, said the Reddit atheist. My position on sexual orientation essentialism is actually rather common in queer studies. Michel Foucault talked about how 19th century scientists invented homosexual as a category. It's a bigoted position that still involves gay people going to hell. Stop being a fucking coward and admit you're a bigot. There's plenty of people who do this on this site. You're not special, especially in this pro-Nazi thread you're in. Guy hasn't defined Nazi one bit. I'm not going to admit something untrue. Again, I don't believe that gay people exist, let alone that they are damned. I think that people who are unrepentant will go to hell, and those who are repentant won't. So KV is basically completely misunderstanding William Virtue's position here. Yeah, well, that's just your plausible deniability for being homophobic. Very normal. You still disapprove of the lifestyle because of a fictional character, which makes you delusional and bigoted. God is very much real. I think he'll teach you a little bit of a lesson, KV. In time. Maybe not now, but in time. That's what happened with me. Some ways of living are evil, and others are good. Do you agree or disagree? I'm not gonna engage with your pointless exercise. Fuck off. No, I don't think I will. Excellent response, William. Excellent response. I'm not going to accept your frame, atheist. Exactly. Something else. This is why I fucking hate arguing with leftists. As funny as it could be, like this case here, I'm glad I provided you guys with some entertainment, but I fucking hate talking to these people because they're not ever going to truly engage with your ideas. Like, honestly, their whole thing is to be contrarian. That's what I was telling William after the fact. Like, to be a leftist. To be a leftist, I got a message from one of my artists actually. I'll respond to her later. Sorry. As I was saying, right? Their whole position is to be a contrarian to all that is good, all that is correct. So what happens, more or less, is they will contort themselves in all sorts of pretzels just to basically be that contrarian, even though what the other person is saying is entirely correct. And also, big ups to you, William, for not going into that Overton window. Because that's what a lot of these people expect you to do, is to argue within that Overton window. And, let's see, I'm probably still getting some stuff. Never mind. I also know I got another response from some Reddit atheist. And I got some replies in that regard. Let's see. No, I got a response from a troon, from a Christian supposedly. No, if you're a Christian, you wouldn't be a fucking troon. Oh man, I bet you don't go to church. What a fucking projection. I'm gonna be going this Sunday like I have been doing for many months now. No, I bet you haven't been around an Orthodox Christian before too. I can't fucking stand these people. That's why I don't engage with them. They're not honest. They are just not honest people. They know nothing. And if they know a little bit about the faith, they are going to be fucking lying about it, just to serve their own political ends. I believe that's a sin. Oh man. Anyways, I think that's enough about leftists and ranting. Well, not for now. We're still in doomer hour here, but I gotta focus a little bit more. Oh man. Speaking of leftists, I know tomorrow, my old neighbors, back when I was living in a different state, they're gonna be coming over to my place tomorrow, right? And for me, I'm honestly not looking forward to it. I'm really not. I'm almost gonna turn down the volume just a titch more. I'm really not looking forward to it. I think, and honestly, I think it comes down to like my parents. I really hope that they don't mention this channel, or that I'm a VTuber, or anything related to VTubing, or anything related to politics in that regard. I will tell them that hey, Scurvy's in grad school. I'm doing what I need to do. I still play video games. All that fun stuff, right? I mean, who knows? At most, I don't mind them saying that I'm gonna be converting to Greek Orthodoxy. I don't mind that. My faith is very much important to my life, and I'm not gonna cover that up. I'm not going to capitulate to people who really don't like my faith all that much. So there's that. In addition, even if I were to get pushback from everybody in the group for deciding to go back to the faith, that's not going to stop me from saying what I believe, what I truly believe in, because I know what I believe in is right and correct. I don't care if I get made fun of for it. I really don't, because honestly, I think becoming a Christian again has actually really provided a lot of mental fortitude that I kind of needed, not gonna lie. I have a feeling if I continued as like an atheist, I probably would have gone insane. Like, tell you the truth. For me, I really do have to thank Christ for like just letting me take his hand in walking back on the path. I really do believe that to be the case. I think my comments have been missed. Sorry, Kingdom of Vinland. I think you missed my comment about the guy filming the white woman N-word situation, about the guy filming being a Somalian pedo. We actually did mention that, earlier. Kingdom of Vinland. I also didn't miss your comment. I was probably just kind of glazing over it during that segment. But yes, that Somalian guy who was recording Shiloh Hendricks was indeed a pedophile. 3rd degree and 5th degree. But anyways, I guess getting back to what I was saying in terms of Christianity. Yeah, I think I just have to trust him more. I don't know why I'm so apprehensive to doing that. I guess it's because I'm still pretty new to all this again, and it's like I have a lot to learn, and I think I don't fully trust him in terms of learning, but I really should do that. I really should. Not gonna lie. What else? Oh yeah, going back to my neighbors coming back over. I know one of them for a fact. She's very much into the whole LGBT shit. Scurvy is saying that no more gooning, or else you will get tied down and edged with the Bible. God damn it, AC. Well, welcome though. You're here for Doomer Hour, kinda. As I was saying, the thing is, I have a feeling the younger one of my neighbors wouldn't really care much. He's a bit more of the masculine guy type thing. That's why they're coming down here. They're moving him down. But man, I'm just not looking forward to them being here. I'm worried that I'm gonna be yelled at because of my political positions and my religious positions. But honestly, I'm gonna tell them. I'm gonna tell my parents. It's like, hey, just don't bring up my channel. That's all I ask for. Do not bring up my channel. Do not bring up my political positions either. And I mean, I know I'll be going to Yu-Gi-Oh! Locals tomorrow. I know that's probably an even more liberal crowd, but I wouldn't be provoked in talking politics or whatnot while I'm there, you know? The real Duma Society is that they haven't edged their Holy Spirit with the Scripture. I see. Never change, my guy. Never change. As I was saying, I really do believe that, man, I don't know what the hell happened with, like, their daughter in particular. It's like, I guess it's because she went to art school. That wouldn't surprise me very much. You know, going, that place, you know, you're probably required to take some gender studies course, and even if you weren't, you'd learn it anyways, because many of these professors are hardcore leftists. Some of them are probably communists, and you know that changes people. And you know, I don't know what happened to her while, you know, during high school or whatnot, or you know, or I didn't really care to ask. But you know, got blue hair. Self-made tattoos. I'm not exactly looking forward to talking with her, to tell you the truth. It's especially because I'm a Christian now. It's going to be very, very weird, especially since she doesn't know that Scurvy's, you know, trying to repent for for the sin of being bisexual. So there's that. I made episode 2 of Schizo Rants 8 days ago, discussing gatekeeping and how leftists use their tactics relating to gatekeeping. Interesting stuff. I mean, I guess I could always kind of prod to see, like, what her interests are now. And just to see, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she was into some more, like, nerdy hobbies. Being, like, one of these art school student types. You know? Leaflet made a funny song. I was gonna go over something related to Leaflet today, but I decided not to. Oh, it's also voice recording. Hey, that's nice, Rexus. Might watch it in the future. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing next week. Probably just some preparations in regards to the birthday bash on the 30th. Which I do. There will be a Doomer Hour for that too, kinda, you know. I'm only just calling this segment Doomer Hour in name only. Not that Scurvy's like actually a Doomer or anything. it's kind of incompatible with Christianity, but it's just like I call it that so I could like vent. But let's see. Do I have anything else I would be venting about? So I'm gonna leave Leaflet alike. And my friend Crumble alike too. Oh yeah, I guess I could talk about my Christian VTuber friends. It's in a positive light as always. I do have to say, I'm glad that I met these people. I truly am. I think it's nice knowing that even though I'm quite the edgelord myself, they at least kind of get it. It's like even I'm not the most perfect Christian in the world, and I'm very much am a free agent in regards to my position in the group. But at the same time, I'm grateful that they have me, and I don't want to throw away a good thing. Which is why I don't act edgy, at least around them in that server. They know that I'm edgy on my streams, but I try not to be so edgy around in the voice chat. But I mean, sometimes I'm tempted to talk JQ stuff. I am. But at the same time, in the sake of maintaining peace and goodwill, I choose not to. If they're so inclined and interested in learning, they always could learn. But I'd prefer them to do that coming to me rather than me going to them. Though be aware, I do stutter in the video because I do have a speech impediment. Hey, I ain't gonna make fun of you for that, dude. I talk funny as well. I stammer, I stutter as well. Don't worry about it. Especially if you're doing this as a hobby. That's the last thing you want to worry about is how you sound. No doubt there's gonna be some people who are like, oh my god, you sound 12. But it's like, nah. It's like, you're fine. You're honestly fine, man. Going back to my pals. Granted, every now and then, I don't like to be the gossiping type, but every now and then, I think it also teaches me a lesson in, like, just not being reactive. Like, some battles are just not worth picking. Like, some of them, like, I do see some of them say some pretty incorrect things in regards to orthodoxy or sometimes Catholicism. You know, once again, Scurvy was once a Catholic, was converting to orthodoxy. Sometimes I see stuff from my Protestant friends, and it really does upset me, you know, like, and even then, I know some Protestants who aren't, who don't just jump the gun, you know, they at least, they want to learn about their traditions, even though they don't want to partake in them. I mean, I get it, it's a different tradition, you don't want to partake in it. Fair enough, I guess. Naturally, as a Orthodox catechumen, I'm just like, why? But I could ask that another time. But I really get pissed off when I see just people saying blatantly untrue things, especially in regards to the Theotokos. It's like, you know, she is the mother of God, and she is sinless. Once she took upon Gabriel's offer, that's the moment she became sinless. Like, that is objectively the case. This has not been in debate. Even when the fucking schism happened, this was not up for debate. It only started to become of debate after the Reformation. That Mary was sinless. She was sinless. And the thing is, to imply that she isn't, like, that technically could be blasphemy. It could be. Depending on how it's said. If it's not, it could be you're genuinely learning and you're trying to kind of, break that kind of frame. And it's like, oh, you might mess up. but honestly, when it comes to, you know, being a catechumen, it's like, honestly, I think people should be a bit more forgiving towards them. At the same time, I think that us catechumens need to learn when to shut the fuck up. Especially in regards to orthodoxy or whatever sect allows catechumens to be a thing. You know, Catholicism, orthodoxy, typically those of a more masculine persuasion, but there's also some sects of Protestantism that also have catechumens. But generally speaking, it's like I just don't appreciate being called necromancer. I get pretty pissed off when people imply that, you know, I'm worshiping dead people. No, the saints are not dead, by the way. They're on a higher end of the process of theosis than we are. That's how they, even though they're dead on this world, they're not dead in they're not dead in heaven. No one, for those who are in heaven, they are not dead. They're just they're in the next world. They're in God's heavenly kingdom. That simple. Oh yeah, that one too. Oh, you worship idols. No, us Orthodox. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm a catechumen. I probably shouldn't be saying us Orthodox, but for the sake of simplicity, you know, us Orthodox. No, we do not worship icons. We venerate icons. We do not worship them. The only icons no, I'm not gonna say that. I'd make an ass of myself if I did. So I was gonna say something about Christ. You know, obviously we worship Christ because we are Christians. But yeah, you know, for us Orthodox Christians, we very much venerate the icons of Christ very differently than we do of the saints. It could be considered an act of worship. We are worshiping Jesus Christ, who is God. He is the Son of God, and he is also God. And for me, seeing the icon of Jesus Christ himself right by my snails, it's like that it tells me at the very least that Christ cares about my snails. He cares about me, he cares about my family, he cares about all of us, and he also cares about my snails. And so it tells me that I'm worshiping the true God. That he cares about all of us. You know, humans and those that we raise as pets. You know, our dogs, our cats, our snails, our tarantulas, our geckos, our lizards, our anything that we have as pets. He cares for all of us. Maybe I'm sick of I'm sick of the ignorance of the church and its doctrine. Even I'm ignorant. I'm still learning. Maybe Jesus' second coming is based on us on snail time. Oh, where's the snail time button?
Uh-oh. Snail time.
I don't want to say anything blasphemous, AC. I don't want to say anything blasphemous, but that is pretty funny. I think Christ would get a kick out of that. But he does. I know for a fact that he does love my snails, and it's reassuring. Night fella is gonna catch some Z's. Night Sultanar, thanks for sticking around for the whole way through. I'm probably gonna vent for just a little bit longer, but anything interesting. I'm also irritated with the Protestant obsession with the Revelation prophecy, so much that I forget every other lesson he taught. That's something else. That's something else too, you know. I do want to get off the religion stuff for just a moment, I guess. I want to talk about gaming for a bit. I know it's a little bit off topic, considering I was just talking about, you know, religion or whatnot and my faith. But I saw something interesting in regards to Doom: The Dark Ages. Now, I have a feeling that this is one of those games that I have to wait. That I have to wait to play. Mainly in regards to that, Doom: The Dark Ages has mandatory ray tracing, and my laptop is really not that great with ray tracing. It stutters and it just makes things worse, so I turn off ray tracing. But it's fucking mandatory in this game for some fucking reason. Let's see. Yeah, it seems like people are just mad about the story. I mean, hey, I learned that you can skip the cutscenes. I did react a little bit too much in that regard. You can skip the cutscenes. You just have to hold down space. I think they should at least tell you that. Doom was cool when it was about a really angry Catholic dude killing demons because they killed his pet bunny. Now it's some Reddit Actually, heaven and hell are both bad. But Urdak isn't really heaven. Like, that's not entirely correct either. Like, some people really don't know about modern Doom lore all that much. And I mean, I wouldn't say Doom went woke. I think there's some woke elements in the story of Dark Ages, but I wouldn't say it's flat out woke. But once again, I could at least notice that I can at least notice that there are some woke elements in the story, undeniably so. Mainly with that commander chick, who and my worries in regards to that kind of past. At least she's not so powerful that she can defeat the Doomslayer. Like, the Doomslayer is just a different force of nature entirely. But my main thing, and I was actually kind of looking forward to the mech and the dragon levels, but they seem to be the weakest part of the game. So I guess when it comes to my playthrough, I'm probably going to be dreading them. It's like, oh, you know, it's a nice little reprieve, but stuff like that, I think that's not going to make me play the game a second time on a higher difficulty like I did with Eternal. Like, once I play through Dark Ages once, I'm probably just going to, you know, I'm probably just going to play Eternal again. You know? And then also, just the fact that I can't get a Switch 2 on launch. I thought Nintendo would actually do a decent job in actually providing good, like, decent stock for this thing. But no, a bunch of man-children beat me to the punch. Sorry that I have a life and that I don't dedicate my whole fucking life to consuming Nintendo products. Sorry. I mean, at least who knows? I might wait a year from now. I don't exactly buy consoles on launch anyways, like I said earlier. That's the thing. I was really looking forward to playing Mario Kart World. I really was. I still am. I just gotta wait. These next few months where I don't have my rig are gonna be fucking painful, because I was hoping to get a Switch 2 to at least play something other than Hearthstone or Strive. But then again, I at least have a lot more fun with Strive than I do with Hearthstone. I play Hearthstone just to burn time at this point. I fucking hate the metagame, especially in WoW. They haven't balanced the game in a fucking month. My favorite slop game hasn't been balanced in a month. I don't know why. And the devs promised that there would be more, there would be actual balance changes. The meta would be a lot more balanced, But no, that's not the case. So I'm just left. Really, the only card game that I can actually enjoy is Pokemon. And when it comes to that, I'm not exactly in the position to be buying a new deck right now. Probably by the time I start working, but yeah, I still have to kind of orchestrate that whole process. That should be easy enough, but it's still something. It's not like I don't have work to do as of now. I still just have one final step I need to do for one of my finals, and then I'm done. But that step is pretty complicated, all things considered. Oh, man. Honestly, I think my greatest motivator for doing well that final semester of mine, even though it is just working, there is still some assignment portions to the thing, too. I don't know what they are. They are pretty easy, all things considered. But, oh man. Just having that RTX 4070 Super Ti just right next to me, that's going to be huge motivation alone. Even if I don't get the parts immediately, it's going to be huge motivation for me alone. Just having the graphics card and like the motherboard and the CPU, that's gonna be motivation alone right there to do well for my final semester of grad school. Man. But let's see. I'm gonna scroll up chat a little bit. Nothing too interesting. I guess Doomer Hour is finished. I vented long enough. Honestly, thank you guys for joining me tonight. I don't know why it's being weird on my end. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for joining tonight. The stream was really fantastic. 11 peak viewers. I'm really happy with that. I also gotta say tonight's stream was also really good. So there's that. And I have you guys to thank for it. So I will catch you guys. Okay, I guess before I get going, let me outline you what I have. So I'm probably going to take the week off next week in terms of streams. I'm going to try to get my next video up and ready. I probably have one, I got to submit my final. Two, I'm gonna try to just do some research for my next video, not the Scurvy shitless video, but that should also be coming soon. I'm gonna try and actually record the audio for that. I think, let me just check the outline if that's all finished. It's almost done. Outline's almost done. I could get that done. I could get that done easily. That's not going to be hard. Then I could just record it. But it's for my next video, my next proper video. That isn't part of the Scurvy shitless series. It's going to be very long, very research focused, so to speak, more so than my videos have been in the past, mainly because of the subject alone. But anyways, I'll be taking the week off in regards to that. And then the next stream will be my birthday bash. So you guys will be seeing more details of that on my X account. So I will post the link. Post it here. Give me a follow. I'm almost at 300 followers. Holy shit, guys. But we have but I posted in regards to the birthday bash, kind of the schedule. So that's gonna, I'll let you guys know some more details. I'll probably provide a little video trailer as to what it is. But anyways, I will catch you guys later. So hopefully you guys are looking forward to the stream on the 30th and a possible video next week. If there's no video next week, just know that I've been working hard at it. So I'll catch you guys later.